I'm talking with famous people. I want to talk to you today about trends in society. We move constantly towards a dystopian future. All trends are alarming, and they all terrify everyone. So I just wanted you to know that it's normal for you to be alarmed and terrified. I got some of that dust in my nose from digging in the dirt. Get away, wasp. Get away, wasp. Motherfucker. I had to hit it with my hat before it would go away. Alright, don't worry. I got rid of the wasp. So, what we're doing now is we're going to pour a little concrete. And we're going to pour a little concrete. Hello, Materazzi sound. Brew. Brouhaha. Bro, are you brouhahaing? I thought you knew that we banned that. You can either bro down, or you can bro off. But you can't brouhaha. So let's do it. Let's just go ahead and get a couple of concrete bricks done. Hi, Acacia. I hear you're the #2 fan of talking with famous people. It's pretty good. Oh, Materazzi Sound is #1? That's a little surprising. Is it just what time they arrived? Is it just the order in which they arrived that they do this? Oh, you've dropped to #3 now. Alarming trends terrify all. Exactly. Are you worried about screen time? Oh, I see. Well, screen time is an alarming trend that should terrify everyone. The kids these days, who knows what they're up to? I hear they're smoking dirt. Sure, it's a cheap and easy high, but is it worth it to get your lungs so filthy? I'm using this to cut open a bag of concrete here. We're about to do some manual labor. Oh yeah. I've already been doing a bunch of it. This is actually the easier part. I need to put on my gloves though. As you see, I've got my fingers band-aided and taped because I'm getting these sore spots. But it's just showing protection for my hands. I got 2 pairs of gloves. I got these gloves the other day at the hardware store when I got more concrete. And these work well as undergloves. Okay, now the gloves are on. Let's put a little water in this. I think I'm going to move this over to here so I can reach the spigot turner as I'm doing this. Alright, we're going to cut this open. Well, actually, let's put a little water in first. Obviously, you don't want to breathe that dust in because it's concrete and you don't want your lungs to get concreted. Okay, now let's get the stirrer. And yeah, you guys could look from the other side if you want. Sure. Okay. For a change, it seems like I got it about the right consistency the first time. That's about right. All right, let's go pour it. Before I started this train, I came down here and did a bunch of prep, so that I could just do a couple of pours without any other shenanigans. So I'm going to pour over these rocks right here, first of all. Now let's get down here and deal with the spilled parts. I'm just gonna push that just like that. Fine. Okay, that's a good start. That'll be fine. Okay. Let's go make another thing of concrete. Wait for the dust to go down a little bit. Okay, let's go pour this other concrete on the same rocks. That should hopefully be done with those rocks. All right, good. My back's getting pretty tired because I did a bunch of stuff before I started the stream. I'm gonna take a break. And maybe I'll get another bag of concrete, mix it up and pour it. Let me get my glasses. Where are they? They're over there. Like I was telling tall tales. Uh-oh. Is fibbing allowed right now? Well, it is true that people of different races fist bump with either their fist or their wrist. For example, Laotians are all wrist. Oh wait, am I telling tall tales now? It's contagious, I guess. The thing about Laotians, yeah, it's true. Laotians don't know how to make a fist. They just never learned. Because there's no need for fists in Laos. I am so dirty. Look how dirty I am. I'm so dirty I look like a Laotian. You know, trying to... It's kind of shocking how much concrete it requires to make something out of concrete. Shit tons. So I went and got 4 more bags yesterday. I used 1 bag and I just got just that pile of rocks done. That's it. I didn't even really get it all done. So that's okay, I suppose. Concrete's not super expensive. It's like $6 a bag. But it's kind of a pain in the ass to get put into the car and then take out of the car because each bag is 60 pounds and you know, I'm not as young and robust as I used to be. So I'm being pretty smart about my pond design, though. I'm including in the construction a spillway so that when it rains or something, if it overflows, it'll overflow down the spillway, and I'll have that set up so it won't erode the hillside, you know. Shouldn't the ocean be clean? There's so much surface area. I don't even know how many bags of cement I've gotten so far. A lot. What state do I live in? I live in California. I live in the middle of California. The middle east-west and the middle north-south too. Mariposa County. It's where Yosemite is. Hi, Adolf Hitler. So you survived the war, huh? And you must be so old now. Any regrets? Have your feelings on the Jews changed at all? Because, you know, I think if you're being honestly self-critical, you really accomplished the opposite of what you wanted. Because now there's Israel. Did you consider the unintended consequences of your actions? I don't think so. You visit confusion, but you live in California, technically. Well, you live in Los Angeles. That's like its own state. I wonder if Delaware is bigger than Los Angeles County. Makes me so happy that Jeff Bezos' wedding was ruined by the people of Venice. Good for them. Well, I got money, so let's shut down the whole city for me. Fuck you, Jeff Bezos. You can go fuck yourself, maybe? How about that instead? I don't even know if I really want to do any more ponding right now, but I do want to get one more bag of concrete poured at least. And I'll tell you why. It's because I believe in miracles. I don't have to get it done right this second, though. I could be lazy. I need to take a shower when I'm done doing this, though, so I might as well get one more bag poured. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's not be pussies. Let's just do it. Alright. Step 1. Get the dolly / hand truck. You can call it whichever you'd like to call it. In my family, we always call these dollies. But I think technically they're called hand trucks. I guess the word dolly was already taken. £60 doesn't sound very heavy, but when you're bending over to pull it out of the trunk, it's like that makes it extra heavy somehow. Yeah, I could put that on a blacklist of words. Those two words with a space in between them, I think, would work just fine, but I've never thought of it. Okay, so the sun's encroaching here in my work area.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beautiful. How you doing?
What?
So how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just mixing a bag of concrete and I'm gonna pour it, and then I'll be done out here for a little bit.
Okay.
I did a bunch of prep for the pouring of the concrete, digging, flattening spots out and stuff. So this is actually the easy part. I'm just gonna put a handle on it real quick. If you'd like to sit here and chat with the live stream for a minute or two.
Sure. Wow, it's so crazy how you see all the rocks.
I know, right?
Like, what is this?
I don't know. Some sort of water thing.
Yeah, I guess it's a water thing. Gambler says don't get too hot. I agree, don't get too hot.
Too late.
Oh, it's too late?
I've already gotten too hot.
Oh, he's already gotten too hot. Hey, Winston's mom. Good morning. Hi, Acacia. Is there like a race going on with the crowns? Because Winston's mom was #1 at first. Hey, Jonathan. Never ready. Thanks. Thanks, Play Guy. Oh, it's whoever sends the most production food. Okay. Yeah, you don't have one at all by your name. That's interesting. I think you're right, Acacia. Because you were #1. I mean, you were #3. Winston's mom was #1. Hey, how are you? Yeah, I saw you gone into town. How do they play with their points? Oh, interesting. Nice carrot. I was hoping the responsibility would be taken off of my shoulders, but I've been thinking a lot about Kim's typing session, and it's like all the signs point INFJ except for the TE polar test. And we don't have an SE polar test, so I mean, she could be an ENFJ, and because ENFJs would be better at TE than a T polar. Carrot says, I want to ride on a flying bicycle through the forest at night. That sounds fun. I don't know. Eric said it easily when he tried pulling her TE the first time she used SI. I think he nixed INFP. Okay. I didn't see that. So yeah. Yeah, I do think Kim's personality resonates with me. And I do understand her like wanting to get more information on INFJs because she wasn't expecting it. And there's not a lot of information out there that's correct about INFJs. Hey, Hassan's family. No, she didn't seem more extroverted than me. She did seem similar. Kara says there's an ET ride at Disney's Hollywood Studios in Orlando that's like super nostalgic for me. Is it really? Is it nostalgic for you because it like reminds you of being a kid? He asked her if you could explain the steps to set up a person's email who had not used the internet before. Oh, so she probably didn't do that good in that. That's a lot of that's TE. Universal Studies? What's Universal Studies? Oh yeah, that's definitely TE polar fly guy. Oh, it's immersive. That's cool. You're fine, Carrot. Hey, Kim. We were just talking. Kim has vibes like me. Hello, Abdul Bassett Khan. Hello, Kakara Dees. Thanks, Abdul. Pretty hot out here. That is... Your mom works for Love Island tomfoolery? I heard that this last season of Love Island was like a complete bust. That it was all Gen Zers and they acted like very nonchalant, like, oh, she can, if she likes me, she does, if she doesn't, she doesn't. So like it was very it was very anticlimactic. Like there wasn't a lot of things going on in the on Long Island that made it exciting. Yeah, I heard the last. I heard the last season of Love Island was pretty boring. But it's like, I don't know. I don't like Love Island. Right. They did say that Gen Z was too camera conscious, that they actually were looking at the cameras a lot and talking to them. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So they behave cool. I don't have anything against Gen Z. It was the commentator who, the person who was analyzing Love Island, who was saying that it was the first all Gen Z Love Island, and it felt different. And that, yeah, one of the reasons was that they were very camera aware. They would like look in the camera and stuff. Bros stayed with bros. The girls stayed with the girls. And like I don't think the success rate was very high of like matches. I didn't watch it, so I don't know. I watched like one of the first seasons of Love Island like 4 years ago or something, and I was entertained, but I also felt like uh, very like out of place. Like I was like, wow, is this like how like people look like when they date? Like it was very sensory to me. It was very sensory, and I'm like, oh my god, I couldn't survive in Love Island house. It's a lot of games and stuff, or at least it was. It used to, what I saw was a lot of games and like hot bodies and bikinis all the time. Guys with no shirts on. I'd be in the corner like huddled, like, oh my god, I'm so scared to be here. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay. That's enough ponding for the moment. I got 2 more bags of concrete poured. I got 2 more bags of concrete in the car. How many more bags is it going to take from before I'm done with that bottom pool? I don't know. Maybe like 8 more bags after the 2 I have in the car, I'm guessing. But I am making progress. And every time I make progress, the remaining part gets a little easier because it's easier to deal with concreting onto concrete or having a concrete foundation for more concrete than it is concreting onto dirt. So that was a good activity. I feel pleased that I got a fair amount of stuff done. And feel like I've earned a shower at this point. There's no baseball on today. It's after the All-Star game, you know. Hello. Let me find my glasses. What did I do with them? Did I drop them someplace? No, they're in my pocket. I'm 54. It is. It's lovely here. Sitting here on the back patio. Yeah, it's super nice around here. iMac 46-8L. I'm over 1,000 years old, yeah. I live a very, very long time. One of your lifespans is over for me in the equivalent of time it takes you to have lunch. So basically, if you think of lunch as lasting 1/6 of a day, that's a 4-hour lunch, but let's just imagine. Then, if you live 30,000 days, well, that's 80 years old. Then I live 180,000 days. Pretty good, huh? That's, do I have a family? Yeah, I do have a family. I've got my beautiful wife, Rachel, right here.
Aww.
And pull that over. And I have a daughter who's 26. She lives in Los Angeles, though. She doesn't live up here with us. There. A little dappled sunlight.
Yeah, dappled sunlight indeed.
I'm digging the sunlight. I just wonder if you could dapple it a bit. Well, we're really locking in some spots down there. And as I secure and solidify like the top edges and stuff, the rest of the job starts getting easier and easier. Because I've got stuff to work off of, you know. 1,971 years to be exact. Well, that's how old I am right now. I expect to last at least another 1,000,000 years. People of my alien species, our lifespan is somewhere between 1 and 2 million years usually.
Wow.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot.
Yeah, I will. I will. But, you know, with all these alarming trends that are terrifying everybody, who knows what the future will bring?
What are some of the alarming trends that are terrifying?
Screen time.
Screen time?
What is it doing to our kids when they're spending so much time looking at screens? Yeah.
Yeah.
Marijuana.
Uh-huh.
What is it doing to our kids? The evidence is massive, piled up, that smoking marijuana ruins your brain forever.
Forever?
Yeah. Other alarming trends. Too many wasps. Where are all these wasps coming from? Across the border, probably. We need to implement wasp ice.
Wasp ice? How about mosquito ice, too?
We got mosquito ice, too. And deport all those mosquitoes back to Mexico where they came from. Or some other country, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. The water is the border.
What about the left one? Marriage is bad for the brain. Finally found some hats today that fit my big head. Well, good for you. If you continue to have trouble finding hats that fit your big head, just try putting a bucket on your head. I doubt your head's too big for a bucket. Plus, you'll be setting a fashion statement. I don't need your regular hats. I've got a bucket. Or you could just put your hat on the bucket to stretch it out. There's a new device created that kills mosquitoes by shooting lasers. That seems a little unnecessarily high tech.
Yeah, it really does. There should be a little bit of a challenge with that, no? I mean, it's not, you're doing something kind of evil.
Well, I mean, I suspect if you're aiming the laser to try to shoot the mosquito, you're going to have a hard time killing any mosquitoes.
Yeah. This is like a lightsaber.
Hello,
Still
I
a
am
lot of work.
Muskin. Hi, Muskin. What are you were saying, darling?
Oh, here comes trouble.
Here he comes, up to no good as usual.
Oh.
You like to sit in the shade of the plants there.
It's cute.
It's about time for me to water the plants, though. I'm not going to want to sit there then. I got
What?
many plus-size bucket hats from China. Good for you. Because in China, all the people have heads exactly the same shape as a bucket. Mr. Kitty. What a silly boy.
It still looks like such a slave position.
Well, thanks, Meme. I'll tell you the same thing I tell other people when they comment on these glasses. I didn't really want to get these orange glasses, but they were the only pair of glasses that they had at the supermarket with the right magnification. And then, so I bought them, and then, the next time I went back to the supermarket, they had restocked all their glasses. But I do actually get a fair number of compliments on them.
Yeah, you do.
I tend to think they make it look like I'm trying too hard. Or more significantly, I guess, they don't go with anything.
Yeah.
So they always kind of clash with whatever I'm wearing.
They stand out, yeah.
I don't have a lot of orange clothes. I'm not sure if I have any orange
I'm
clothes.
not sure you do.
Alright, well, I'm going to need to hop in the shower real quick to get this dirt off of me. A couple possibilities. I could take you in there with me and you could just chat amongst yourselves while you listen to me shower. Rachel could take you in there with me. She could chat with you as I shower. Rachel could chat with you while I go shower, and the two things be separate. I won't be in the shower for very long.
Let's go in the shower with you.
Sure. Okay, let's do it.
Cause I need to take some bong rips and stuff.
Yeah, I
I'm
need some
still
bong
waking
rips
up.
too. You want an Adderall?
I think tomorrow, if it's okay.
Sure. Oh. Alright, so let's go inside. I need to pull some bong rips too, but I'm going to do that after my shower because I'm so filthy I can't even sit down in a chair without getting it all dirty. When I took horseback riding as a kid. Pony I rode was named Double Trouble. Oh, is that your excuse for not being a virgin? You were too busy riding horses? Uh-huh. Likely story, Cam. Likely story. No! Logan? Is that your husband's name? Lucas? Logan?
Luke.
No, I was a virgin. I am a virgin. I broke my hymen when I was horseback riding. I bet like once they invented cars, a whole generation of chicks was like, fuck.
Is orange brown? Woo! You could throw that stuff into the washing machine.
Okay.
Oh, pizza makes me hungry. I have to eat. I have to smoke some weed and I have to eat. Orange is very brown adjacent, right?
I see we have some trash that needs to be taken.
Yeah.
Let me do that first.
Like, I feel like Adderall and the trip took so much out of me. Like, not even like the trip, but like everything leading up to it. Just like, I put so much energy into like worrying about the trip that like now I just feel like bleh. Cause like even though SE is fourth, it's still like weak, you know? And like I can go to the detriment of my SI.
Okay.
I'll have fun till the daddy takes a T-bird away.
You are? That's
Yeah.
good. I'm glad. I'd hate for you to pointlessly not have fun while you still have the T-bird.
That's true. I missed a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I do know who TJ Miller is. 2 rubber duckies, Carrot? Wow. Where do you keep them? In the... It's like one in the bath and one in, like, just for decoration? Oh, they're witch and skeletons. Oh, that's cute! They kiss in the corner of the tub. That's adorable. She wouldn't dare, Loretta Webster. I'm sure she had a horrible time. Yeah, the piggy is showering. Oh, that's cute, Carrot. The witch was lonely, so she made herself an undead boyfriend. I like that. What soap does Papa Bear use? Usually lava soap. Thanks, Danger. I think it's time to eat for me too. I need to eat and smoke weed. No, Eric, this is like a very SI thing of Eric to do. Like, his SI is verbally, or like, is like, his SI is expressed in sounds. It's like when he's going to bed, he'll be like, rye, 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 rye. Or narmy, narmy, narm.
Yeah, lately been narming more than I've been rhyming.
It's true. I mean, like, can't you guys hear, like, the release?
Oh. That's a real Narmy Farms.
And Army Farms?
Yes. Oh.
Eric just changed the filter on the water, so the water pressure is better.
You ever noticed?
Well, apparently Show Media noticed.
I said you could tell this by the sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, it made a big difference. When I turned on the hose outside after changing it, I was like, oh my god, I didn't know the hose was running so little. Alright, don't come out yet. I'm going to put some clothes on.
Okay.
Oh.
Show Media says, I remember when my water pressure became low, I got so mad and frustrated, but later it changed me and made me more humble and patient and less aggressive in nature. That's good. It never changed from being low water, like low pressure? It's still low pressure now? It's like medium pressure now?
It takes 45 minutes to fill a glass of water.
Wow, does it?
That's really bad water pressure. Who's the one with the bad water pressure?
Show Media?
Oh, yeah, well, might as well go take a shower at the YMCA.
Yeah.
See my flip flops. I'm dressed now. You okay?
Yeah, I just dropped my water.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not sticking all the devices. Okay. Now what I'm looking for is my water, which I guess I must have left outside.
Outside, yeah.
Why am I gay? Well, I'm assuming it must be because of my passion for hot, hard cock. But I didn't know I was gay, but if I am, then that must be why. I don't think you have to spell gay with an E. I'm pretty sure it doesn't get censored. But I'm going to have to inform my wife that something we never thought was going to happen has happened, apparently. I'm a homosexual now. So I guess I just have to get used to it. Fuck me harder, Walter. Well, that was a big endeavor. But I made a lot of progress and I'm pretty pleased with myself. As that concrete dries, tomorrow I can do the ledge thing that I built there. And after that, miggity mack. Hi, Hero Lamb. We're just vibing around here. We're vibing about alarming trends that terrify everyone. What alarming trend terrifies you, Hero Lamb? Is it kids doing the cinnamon challenge? Parents everywhere are alarmed by that. Are you alarmed by kids eating Tide Pods? Like, oh my God, you're from Springfield, Ohio? Me too. I lived on Maple Street. You're not familiar with Maple Street? It's in the other part of town. I never did find my water, but I have a solution to that. Hi, my name is John Jacob Jinglehammersmith. Brother, you are not going to fucking believe this. What a great name. So here's my solution to the no water situation. Got an empty water bottle right here. I'm going to fill it up with tap water. And this is how I save the earth. You people who hate the earth don't even recycle your plastic bottles. But I love the earth. Oh, did I leave that someplace? Sorry.
What? No, I did.
Oh, okay. Wasn't I using that towel?
Yeah, but I used it to wash off some of the water that was in
Oh, okay, cool. Fresh mountain spring water. Straight from the aquifer. If you're taking it straight from the aquifer, then it's not a mountain spring. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. They pump it up with wells. It's not a naturally occurring spring. You win. I was wrong. I really like this meme. Construction sites are so shy. Let me see. It's funny because it's true. Why do they put those green fences around them? There ain't no point in the summertime blues. Too bad, no excuse. Nobody thought of it as a gay song back then. Everybody just thought it was fun to play at the YMCA. We all assumed they were playing racquetball or something. We didn't know they were playing Fudge Pack Factory. I mean, back in the day, I listened to Judas Priest as a kid. I had no idea that their leather stuff was gay. I just thought it was tough. Or trying to be tough, anyway, you know. It didn't appeal to me, but as a style, but it never occurred to me that it was homosexual. Even Queen, whose name is Queen, I had no idea they were homosexuals, or as Freddie Mercury was. To be perfectly honest, I didn't even assume Boy George was homosexual. I just thought, well, he's a flamboyant fellow. What must his girlfriend think? That's how it was back then. It's like gay people basically didn't exist. And so much so that everybody just assumed obviously gay people were straight. Like as happened in the movie Liberace. When Liberace back in the day was playing shows in the 70s or whatever, he'd have all these um, he'd have all these women at his show and they all think he's straight. Oh, I don't doubt that the greasers invented that leather jacket stuff in the 50s, but at some point leather became like the hot thing in the gay community, I guess, or I don't know. Haven't you ever heard the expression leather daddies? I'm not sure if Judas Priest qualified as such, but they certainly, in retrospect now, it seems like they were dressed like that, you know? Let's pull another garment. It is a passing door and entertainment in some spheres. Well, you know, George Michael, everybody assumed he was straight too. If you ever seen the video for Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, gave it away the very next day. If you ever seen the video for that one, it's George Michael with some woman who's supposed to be his girlfriend and some other guy with another woman who's supposed to be his girlfriend. But in reality, as soon as they were done shooting the scene, they got rid of the girls and had sex with each other.
Yeah, that was back when everyone thought he was so straight.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but that's how it was back in the day. You just assumed everybody was straight no matter how obviously gay they are.
Like even Boy George?
Yeah, well, I mean, with Boy George, I wasn't sure what was going on there.
Yeah.
Because
I can understand
but I probably got something like, what must his girlfriend think? He's got some great songs too, Heirloom. You just gotta have faith.
Yeah. Beat the beat.
We kind of got later that Charles Nelson Riley and Paul Lynde were gay, but when I found out that Raymond Burr was gay, that surprises me. I didn't know that. I remember it was a big news story when Rock Hudson turned out to be gay because he was
He was big.
He was like a heartthrob movie star. Well, Fly Guy, I have a standing request that all the celebrity gays send me a letter to inform me of their gayness. So it doesn't take me by surprise anymore.
So you don't get surprised?
So I don't get surprised. Like, I was very surprised when I found out that Doogie Howser MD was gay.
I was surprised too.
I would not have expected that.
No.
And also, Ellen Page.
That's true.
Not only was she gay, she wanted to be a dude.
Mm-hmm.
A dope a day keeps depression away. Well, I suppose it would depend on the kind of dope.
Yeah.
If you're talking about anything you inject, as often dope refers to stuff you inject, like smack. Mike Bell is back. I never would have thought that. I thought she was cute in that one movie I saw with her in it. You know, the one where she gets pregnant and she gives it up to adoption to this couple, but then the dude turns out to be a douchebag. And you know that movie? Juno, right. Juno was a good movie. I really like the scene when she's visiting the couple. And they're like, would you like something to drink? And she says, Maker's Mark, 2 fingers, rocks. And she's like, I'm just kidding. Because, you know, she's pregnant. So you're not supposed to drink alcohol when you're pregnant.
I wonder if the one who wrote it was an ENTP. The character Juno seems ENTP.
Possibly. But I would never have guessed, I've seen a movie, that she was not straight.
No, me neither. There's rumors now that George Clooney's gay.
George Clooney?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was famously a womanizer. Maybe not.
The latest rumors is that he and Harry Styles have been having some fun.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, who would surprise me most of all if they were gay? Let's see. I would say it would surprise me if it turned out that I don't even know anymore.
I know.
Because, like, I would not have thought all those East Coast rappers were homos.
Right?
With all their homophobic nines.
Yeah.
Freddy Krueger was gay. So, you think that his insistence on killing people in their dreams was due to repressed homosexuality and a deep self-loathing that was associated with that? Maybe. It's a good explanation, Danger. I like it.
It is.
Clint Eastwood being gay would surprise me. Yeah.
It surprised me too.
It would surprise me if Paul Newman was gay. It would not surprise me if Robert Redford was gay. Are they both still alive?
No. Oh, Robert Redford, I think it is, but Paul Newman's dead. There's a YouTube clip of Paul Newman and James Dean. Like, they're doing a screen test and they're kind of like flirting with each other. And like, the thing is, like, I think they were just being playful.
Who?
James Dean and Paul Newman. Like, they had a screen test for East of Eden. And they're both talking about how good looking each other was. And I just think it was playful banter. People were saying that they were like the YouTube is like James Dean and Paul Newman flirting with each other. But
Well, then there's that time when they were sort of pulling on each other's dicks. But yeah, like you say, I'm pretty sure it was just a fun prank. Just a fun prank.
Yeah, just a fun prank. Yeah.
Huh. Well, I prefer my horror movie killers to pursue college age victims. That's the trope.
Yeah, it is. At camp, when they're camp counselors.
Well, yeah, or they're college age people, and there's something they have to do that involves teaming up with a sorority with a fraternity.
Yeah.
Probably they have to go out to isolated lake or island of pinatas. Dress poorly equals less expectation. Silliness plus campiness equals expectations to be gay. Seriousness equals less expectation. Are you stoned or is it just me? I'm not very stoned. No, I should probably pull more bong rips, but show media, I don't even know how to answer that question. Silly question. No, they were really pegging each other. They're both known homosexuals. Who were? James Dean and Robert Redford or Paul Newman? Well, who's that one guy? He was an early advocate for the rights of gays, but he wasn't himself gay. He had a succession of young wives. He kept getting older. His wives kept staying the same age. What was his name? He was in Spartacus.
Oh, I thought that.
Tony Curtis.
Isn't he supposed to be gay?
No, he apparently, unless maybe it's the other guy in Spartacus I'm thinking of. Were there two famous guys in Spartacus?
Yeah, my dad always said that Spartacus was known as a gay movie.
Right. Well, from what I understand, I think this is about Tony Curtis. But if there's another guy in there that's famous too, it might be about the other guy in Spartacus. But that he lobbied hard to keep the gay scenes in that movie, even though he himself was not gay.
Oh.
And he kept marrying like 18-year-olds. And then they get divorced a couple years later. Then a couple of years later, he'd marry another 18-year-old. Then they get divorced. And he did that all the way until he was that dead.
Wow.
Does eating a hot dog with mayo make you gay? Well, it just makes you have bad taste in condiments, I think. Kirk Douglas was the other actor. No, it wasn't him, I don't think. It was Tony Curtis. I wrote an article about him. Tony Curtis and his weird life. Oh, Tony Curtis is Jamie Lee Curtis's dad?
I guess so.
I had no idea. Jamie Lee Curtis has had a very long career.
Yeah, she has.
Now she's doing Activia commercials, or she was until relatively recently. Can you react to a viral song from India, made in India by Esther? Okay, consider me curious. Okay. I'm going to mute this. that has 500,000 views in 4 days. I I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say about this video, this song, that little girl. I don't know what to say about any of it, really. I'm glad you got me to watch it, because how in the world does that have, how in the world does that have 500,000 views in 4 days? It's just some little kid covering a terrible song and making a kind of like almost professional looking video that really kind of looks amateurish. I don't know. I don't know why that would be so popular. But then I'm not from India. I guess in India that's like, oh man, this shit slaps. However, I can assure you, it does not slap. It's because they all have WhatsApp. Good for them. Jamie Lee Curtis's mother was Janet Leigh, who was married to Tony Curtis. I don't know, what do you know? Janet Leigh was the lady who got stabbed in the shower, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the movie. I don't know what really happened to her in real life. It would be interesting if that's how she actually died in real life, too. So, yeah, you guys can check out Made in India as well and be just as baffled as I am as to why it has 500,000 views in 4 days. That's what it was, really.
You made me want to watch it.
Why are they moving their arms like that? We are imitating snakes when we dance like this.
Oh my god. It's 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, after 30 seconds of it, definitely had my fill.
Is she Indian or?
She looks Chinese.
Yeah, she does.
Why is this Chinese girl doing a video covering a song called Made in India that has Indian people in it, but just she's not one of them? I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, these people are they Indian? Maybe not. Is it just they're pretending to be from India? What language is this that they're talking in? Mizo Min Ti Hamingtha Tu Naupong Bur Ni Inca Huria. What language is that? Hindi? I guess it's Hindi. They have like 1,000 languages and people in India. I'm sure most of the languages are very similar to each other. You know, it's like Scottish people saying they have their own language. It's just mispronounced English. Yeah, Jenny, I think I will do a little rapping today. Rapping or singing a song, maybe. I want us to feel like we're not just hanging out and everything, but that we're cool too. Like at the club where there's beats going on. Because it's fine to be rad and everything, but it's even radder to be cool. Going to France, I'm going to Germany on my Eurotrans vacation. Can't you see? I'll ride the train, I'll stay in a hostel, I'll go attend a rave, and I'll get bossed around by Euro people who think they know what's best.
Oh yeah, look at you.
Once upon a time, I visited Europe again. Once upon a time, I went and saw all the clubbing kids. I went to Prague. I said, how quaint is this shit? And I was not wrong. It was quainter than Misfits, and that's where I learned how to play Eurotrance. I know that you might be saying that's not Eurotrance at all, but you know what it is. Eurotrance after all.
That was great.
Thank you. You took my heart, I wondered where, like that. You said that this was wrong, but I couldn't swear. Everybody turned and looked at you when you walked in the door. I said, hey, look away from her, that's not polite anymore. Everybody started dancing right then. They couldn't help it, it was just too funky, and that was how it went. Everybody started dancing right then. That was how it would go. Everybody went out on the dance floor so they could dance more. everybody got all pensive. And when anyone would arrive, they'd stare with alarm at the door. Oh my God, who could it be? Little did they know that it was Rachel and me. And that's when everybody started cheering. Hooray! Oh, could you look over here and say, hey, say my name? Would you do it if I gave you $100? That is a surprising ending, huh?
It really was.
Techno party. Techno party, let's get started. It's a techno party, and let's get started. We got a lot of raving to do tonight, and plenty of time, but it's a techno party. Let's get started tonight. Have a techno party. It's just not right. We should have invited everyone, and they'd enjoy the techno party and have so much fun. Techno party. I'll bring hors d'oeuvres. You bring that bunting if you keep in reserve in case a party is to erupt out of no place. This time it's techno party. This time, indeed. I like techno party and so do you. Techno party is fun for all. I like a techno party, it's true. Techno party in the summer and fall. I don't recall the last time I had such a wonderful techno party. Didn't really sound like a techno party to me.
No, it really was very low key.
This is UK pop. I'm going to the pub. I'm gonna have myself a pint. It's down by the lorry station. I'll ride the lift to my flat tonight. I'm living in the UK. I don't think I can recall a day when I did not sing God Save the King. jolly old England. It's the land of kings. It's the land of Shakespeare where everyone brings a dictionary so they can understand what's being said. But I live in jolly old England instead. I don't recall the last time I was in the UK and I heard songs like this, just more Spanish I'd say, but I'm not sure, maybe I just don't know UK pop. Living in the UK means I think a lot about whether Harry has got a real father in his royalty, or if instead he was born a bodyguard named Chief. Give me that tea, give me those crumpets. I'm going lawn bowling and taking my perambulator. Oh no, there's a cop. I'm concerned he's gonna hit me with a stick. I like soccer, I like it a lot. When my team loses, I got to riot for at least 6 hours. But everybody thinks I am fancy cause I talk with a British accent. Even though I'm not really fancy and my accent is just an accident. Oh yeah. Well, that was UK pop.
I'm surprised that was UK pop.
Me too. It is hi-hat groove. Once upon a time, a long time ago, I was rapping in the year of 1984. I was telling you my name and how I rap so cool, and then I tell you about how I rap at school. It was 1984, so you see, we didn't have these fancy flows they got now, so I had to be just what I was. I talk about things that I saw and why. That is a wall, and that is a door. Here is a table, and there is the floor. And that's how you rap in 1984. Dig it, everybody.
Yes!
Let's see. It's not really what I expected. It's called hip shuffle. Are you feeling kind of square? Are you feeling just too square? Are you feeling really square? Then try a hip shuffle. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling hip because I shuffle around a bit. It's a hip shuffle.
Yeah!
How you walk to the hip shuffle.
They have to see your hips though.
I had to go. Everybody looked at me kind of sadly like, oh no, he's got to go. And he so wants to stay. But I reassured him I'd be back another day. You can't come back here. This is for employees only. I'll get in trouble if I let you hang out back here. I don't mean to be a dick about it, but you just can't be back here. You're not employed at this establishment, and this area is for employees only. That song, Employees Only. Hope you enjoyed it. I worked really long and hard to write that song. Alright, that's enough piano. I'm sorry I indulged in so much piano. I can really get lost tweaking out on the piano. It's, a whole new world of adventure. So, yeah, I'm living my life, right? I'm Charlie Parker, garlic bread expert. You, Unc, what the fuck? Unc is living his life. I'm Unc if you hadn't put that together. It's something people picked up from Asian cultures. Thanks, Rachel, darling. Whatever I'm doing on the piano in general is not anywhere close to performance ready because I'm just not very good on the piano. I haven't practiced at it very much, and sometimes I find a cool groove or something. I'd like to record sign holders. Are you writing a list? Oh wait, this is behind. This is way a long time ago. What do you think of the All-Star game last night? I didn't watch it. I watched the very end of it. I got to see Rooker hit his 2 home runs in the home run off. Penalty shots basically. I got this. I do have this. Yes, I have this and many other things. But I was pleased to see that Rooker performed well in the game. Jacob Wilson went 1 for 4. So at least he got a hit. I don't really care about anybody else because I'm an athletics fan. I turned off the home run derby as soon as Rooker was eliminated on Monday night. There were lots of jokes about the name of the ending of the game. It was called a swing off. Really? That's what they called it, a swing off? They should have just called it penalty shots. I don't know what I would have called it. Slugging Showdown. Slugging Showdown would probably be not a bad name for it, right? Here's a joke. So why are polar bears depressed and hyper? Because they're bipolar bears. I see. I like it. It's a good joke. But now you've got me seriously considering, if there were to be a bipolar polar bear, would it be a tripolar bear? I think it would. It would have 3 polars at that point. 2 representing the poles of mania and depression, and 1 representing the North Pole. Or maybe the South Pole, but there aren't any polar bears down at the South Pole, so. Not that there are polar bears at the North Pole either. But they're around the North Pole. They're up up in that area. They should have called them Arctic bears instead of polar bears, really. Unless they were so named because of their pole dancing prowess. That's possible. I've never actually seen a polar bear pole dance, so I can't definitively say they aren't good at it. Although pole dancing seems to me one of those things like the RuPaul's Drag Race. It's not really a skill, is it? No, you can't be better or worse at that. Pole dancing, I guess, is more of a skill than the RuPaul's Drag Race. But it's either, okay, even if it is a skill, it's not dancing. There's no reason to dance with a pole. The whole idea of dancing with something is that it dances back with you. Not that you're just having unreciprocated dancing with an inanimate object. They should have a different name for that. They should call it pole writhing. Or you get up there and writhe around on that pole. Why? Apparently it's sexy or something. But it's obviously not. It's like super cringe. Yeah, I can't help but agree with you, but I guess the people who are requesting this feature at their party are idiots. Pole dancing, huh? Who thought this up? Obviously some pole manufacturing company, because otherwise, why would anybody promote dancing around a pole? Oh, now it makes sense. National Pole Incorporated. The pole company. Because it's long and hard? Well, so is the SAT. Doesn't make me want to go dance with it. Why don't they have SAT dancing? Okay, the SAT maybe not that hard, but how about the GRE then? That's long and hard. We don't dance with that. I hope you're not meaning some sort of sexual innuendo there. This is a family show. Around here, we live in a universe of Ken and Barbie genital shapelessness. I just flew in from Detroit, and boy, are my arms tired. This water really hits the spot, though. You know what might else hit the spot? What else might hit the spot? I'll tell you. Would we be smarter or dumber if I chopped off your head? You'd be dumber. You'd lose all of the wisdom that you have from the neck down. That's a pretty easy question. I mean, you should probably have been able to figure that out by yourself. I'm not judging. I'm just judging you. That's all. If marijuana was legal since the 1900s, how would the world be different? Well, there'd be many fewer instances of injustice caused by the criminalization of it. You'll note that really people don't smoke more or less weed based on whether it's legal or not. I always smoked the same amount of weed. Sometimes it was legal, sometimes it's not, but now it's been legal for a long time now, but for the first part of my smoking career, it wasn't legal, and I still smoked it all the time anyway. When I traveled out of state to a state where it wasn't legal, I was still smoking it all the time. In fact, I was still smoking it while I was driving my car, and that's how I got arrested. And that's how I got my classification as criminal. Well, based on the most convincing, salient, recent evidence, if we were to pretend that it being legal means more people smoke more pot, then presumably the world would be a little bit more intelligent, or old people would be more intelligent, because apparently it prevents, you know, cognitive decline. Is that kind of like asking how would the world be different if women had not entered the workforce? No, marijuana actually makes you not dumber or smarter, but it makes you, as people age, their brains are not quite as sharp, as they once were in some ways anyway. I've not really experienced that yet, but presumably in some little ways I start to experience it. I don't have the mental constitution that I used to have. Uh, Having a sleep deficit affects me more sooner than it used to. Coffee plus weed plus X equals new neurons. Is it neurons? Does X equal neurons? No, wait. Does X equal sun particles? Who here butt suns? Anybody? The theory behind butt sunning is that you need to get some sun on your butthole because it's suffering from a deficit of sun particles. How are you supposed to get vitamin D on in your butthole if you don't sun it? Chris Chapin, hello. Apparently, it's really a thing that people do. They butt sun. The sun particles bit is something I made up, but people apparently really do butt sun. Maybe I'll try it one of these days and I'll report back. I'm sure the report will be like this. Oh my God, don't ever get a sunburn on your butthole. It hurts. That's why you have to put suntan lotion on your butthole before you butt sun. Obviously. Well, if it's legal, less shame behind, more openly introduced to others, I wouldn't chase after it. I mean, it's not the case that prohibition reduced alcohol consumption overall, although it may be the case that fewer people consumed alcohol. Those that did consumed more of it. So, I don't know. The idea that, I mean, there's a fundamental problem with the idea that if we if we make something illegal, then people won't do it. People are aware of what's just. Nobody really believes that the government should be telling them what they can smoke or not, you know? We just feel it down in our bones. So accordingly, people don't obey laws that aren't just unless they get incredibly draconian. And even then, you had people being put in jail for years for marijuana, and yet people were still getting and smoking marijuana. So, would it have helped if it was legal? Well, obviously, every injustice would, if we could go back in time and change it, would be better to be just than unjust. Oh, you're the Hoochie family. I'm familiar with you. There's Mike, there's this is my, and sticking in my, more money in the government. It was a bad bet. Yeah, right. So, the takeaway about the drug war was when we criminalize things that aren't rights violations at all, but instead are vices, then then we neither stop the vices, we don't stop the vices, it erodes civil liberties and results in a bunch of unjust incarcerations of people who haven't done anything wrong, you know? I don't need to advertise my weed smoking to the world, you know? I'm not one of those dorky people. I've got better FE than that. All right. Let's see what we can do as far as bond rip pulling. I didn't realize that York, they had a son York, the Hunt family. It's good to know. Thanks for informing me. I don't think it would be hilarious. I think it would be dumb. Like, the only statement that any of my shirts need to make is, wow, that guy's cool. So, you, would I include alcohol? I don't need to get a tattoo. Um, so like this shirt is cool. It looks cool. It's black. It looks good on me. It's got a pocket. I love these shirts that Rachel got me. They're fantastic. And you'll note that it doesn't make any statement. If I was an ENFP, maybe I'd walk around with a shirt that said vegan AF on it. Because they don't care about being cool. And that's super cringe, but they don't even care. Me, I don't mind looking like I don't care at all, which is to say, just some random shirt and some random sweats or whatever. But I don't want to look like I'm trying and I don't care. That's not going to work. Yeah. Effie, she's a subtle mistress. You know, you gotta. She's like Christina Aguilera. You gotta rub her the right way if you want to let the genie out of the bottle. I'm trying for you to think I don't care. You want to try not to look like you're trying not to care. Well, I just want to keep separate the times when I'm caring and when I'm not, right? So if I'm not caring, then I shouldn't make any statement because I should just wear some bland thing. If I am caring, then I might put on some sort of statement thing like one of my hats. But you've got to manage your statementiness in very subtle and cool ways, and not ham-fisted, dorky FI ways. If you're Karen, that would be weird. They call that sprezzatura. How about a shirt that says, I am straight? I think this shirt says that about as well as any shirt. It's not a blouse. It's not a half shirt. Have you seen Trump during the final World Cup for football teams? He acted like he was part of the team. Huh. My other shirt says Cat Dad. My other shirt is the pants. I wouldn't mind getting a shirt that just said Eric on it. Like over here where your name should go or something. That'd be fine. Or maybe a shirt that says um, I don't even know. Not really that into shirts that say things like this. I'll let my mouth do the talking. I see like bumper stickers, little signs on the wall with words on them, and shirts with some sort of message on it. I see that as very weak in eye. Like you're afraid the truth will go away if you don't stick it onto your car. I did have a bumper sticker before myself. Um, I had a bumper sticker that said "Nuke a gay whale for Jesus." Grandpa slide me crack. I used to be of that mindset too, Putty Cat. But once I started the Shea Langoliers fan club, then I felt okay about getting a Shea Langoliers jersey. I will say it's not a very comfortable shirt. Well, Trump's not the sharpest tool in the shed. I feel very uncomfortable when I'm standing behind the vegan ENFP with all kinds of anti-abortion pens on their cloth bag. They have anti-abortion pens? I would expect them to have pro-abortion pens. Abortion, not just a right, a duty. Everybody should get at least one abortion to show their solidarity for abortions. You function on crack? Well, how do you function off crack? Do you also function off crack? If so, you're what we call a double functioner. I mean, Fly Guy, I will never forget the worst date I've ever been on. I met this lady on one of the online dating sites. She was a librarian at UCLA. And we met in like the gentrified part of Burbank up the hill a bit, where they've got like boutique farm to table restaurants and stuff, right? And at the time, I had my autonomy debate school, and so we met at this farm to table restaurant up there. We sat down, and somehow, like between getting the water and then coming back to take her order, she had started talking about how capitalism is bad. And I was just like, oh my God. This woman, because of course we're at this boutique farm to table restaurant, and I'm going to be paying for the meal. And I'm a business owner at the time, operating as a corporation. I think she started off talking about corporations being bad and then segued into capitalism stuff. And of course, I couldn't help but correct her a little bit in the process. By the time the waiter came to take our order, it was already icy between us. Like we were looking at the menu in silence, you know. It was, and we ate fast. I paid, and we got the fuck out of Dodge and went different directions to our cars and never dealt with that again. I mean, just the hypocrisy of this woman who's going to go out and enjoy a nice dinner paid for by somebody's corporation and made and served by another corporation. Because obviously that business is a, LLC or something. And, and she's so fucking bougie that she doesn't understand that all of the things that she likes and enjoys in life are thanks to a free market. Okay, I have Bieber fever. I mean, I might wear that shirt once just for shits and giggles. That would be a pretty funny shirt. So I didn't see her car, but I'm sure she got in her Prius and smugly drove away. I don't know. It's like, how could you be so hypocritical and oblivious? Oh, I know. It's because of T.I. Polar. That's how. Well, I agree, Putty Cat, that by and large, things that get in the way of free markets doing what they want, which is to say, for example, like it's really one of the reasons why capital gains tax is so bad is because it inhibits the movement of money from worse investments to better investments. It just slows everything down in the economy. So yeah, that was a terrible date. Cost me like $100 or whatever, and I don't even remember what I ate. It was just like, get me away from this crazy woman who just, how could anybody be so oblivious? But I still paid for it. I'm not gonna be a dick like that. We just ate fast. You want any dessert? Nope. Just a check, please, as quickly as possible. No, I mean, if you consider arguing with her being a dick, then I was a dick. But how am I not going to correct her when she's spewing bullshit? It was kind of shocking how quickly I went from because we communicated well prior to going out. I talked to her on the phone, and she wrote shit in the message thing to me, and I wrote back. Like I was the one who initiated contact with her in the same way that I always did with those things, which is you you just the first contact with the chick on the dating site, you say, oh, I'm if it says like where they are, right? Because usually I'll say what city they're in. If you're like in LA, for example, um, uh, 40. So you just message them and say, I'm actually and I see you're in Dwardy. I'm relatively close to that area today. How'd you like to meet for dinner tonight at whatever o'clock it's on me? And then that's the way you get them, because then they don't want to do it the same day, but they almost always message back and say, "Well, I can't do it today, but what about me?" Yeah, because it makes them make a decision on it firmly one way or the other, and it prevents uh, endless exchanges back and forth via message that never amount to anything. Anyway, I'm sure I used that technique on this chick as well. I guess I read her profile and I probably recognized the extroverted intuition, and because she was definitely an intuitive. I thought, oh, that's cool, but it wasn't. I was wrong. I've never gone from like excited, optimistic about something to just despising the person in so little time. It's crazy. Yes, I'll take your free meal and I'll lecture you for giving it to me. Well, or I would just, I love this boutique restaurant. And what a great, nice thing to do to go out to a nice dinner. And also, isn't capitalism horrible? What a maroon. Anyhow, it's amazing how quickly things went south. They went south before the waiter took our food order. I think we successfully sat down, got our water. You should have agreed with her and then ripped up your cash at the table. No, I was not going to lose any high ground at all, right? The best move I could make was to pay for the meal in a show of this is what capitalism does. It makes it so I can afford to pay for your meal. I didn't say that expressly, but you know. Now I get that Kamala Harris avoided questions completely, but I'm not necessarily sure that's obliviousness. I think that was an ill-advised strategy. She thought people were dumber than they were. She was lecturing about the things in general, just obliviously not recognizing that there were particulars in her frame of reference that to which these generalities applied. It's like she didn't realize that she was negating me and my small business, that she was negating the restaurant itself, that she was negating our ability to freely make decisions to drive someplace and meet and have dinner, etc. She just didn't get it. Because, you know, feelings, I guess. So, you know, that sucked ass. And I guess I just drove home and was like, wow, at least I got these leftovers. I don't even know if I took leftovers. Listen, you all, you should be ashamed of yourself. Can't you see what these capitalist swine are doing? They're sucking your wealth in exchange for swine. Pork chop is delicious, by the way. The latest polling suggests Democrats would nominate Kamala again in 2028. That's crazy. Who would vote for that woman? Pretty Cat, you're always trying to drag me kicking and screaming back into the real world. I try not to think about these things. I'm avoiding being terrified by alarming trends, okay? Hi, Brandy Allenfelt. Yes, we do need Eric 2028, but, and well, we're on our way to checking a couple things off the list. I wanted to do it this week, but I guess I could do it tomorrow. I could do it Friday. I need to go get a diabetes test and go to urgent care, have the doctor interpret the test results, and tell me what I should do, whatever. Then I'll go to the dentist. So they have to have a diabetes test before I go to the dentist. If I don't do any of that this week, that's fine. But I do need to do it next week. At least get the test and urgent care taken care of. I don't want to get stuck in the doldrums of indefinite waiting that I got stuck in before. The doldrums of indefinite waiting sounds like a terrible place to be. It's a good turn of phrase. The doldrums of what is it again? Indefinite waiting. The doldrums of indefinite waiting. Look how clean it is. I cleaned the driveway off. See? This little walkway here. I tried to get as much of this dryer lint as I could. I don't know about you guys, but we have a bit of a dryer lint on the ground problem here at the vent. Maple syrup is like $100 a gallon. Well, that's why I don't use it in lieu of gasoline in my car. It wouldn't be a cost savings. That's why driving in Canada is so expensive, because they use maple syrup for fuel. A lot of concrete I put today, but got a lot more to go. Still, I'm pleased. I'm pleased with my progress. Time to water the plants. And maybe I should eat some food. Hey Cameron, how you doing? Nice to see you. You've been doing chair repair, huh? Yeah, I've gotten a lot of chores done. A lot of chores. I blew off all the little cedar leaves from this. As you can see, they've already started to fall back down into the ground. New ones, see? But the Shopvac blower end does a pretty good job of moving leaves and other organic material. I wouldn't be totally crazy to bring out the pressure washer even, because some of these rocks here, you'll notice, have this clay on it. I could probably squirt it off just with a regular hose, I guess. Alright, time to water the plants. Let's do it. Chores pay off when you walk through your area the next time. That's a pretty good observation. I like keeping things nice around here to the extent that I can. You want to go inside, Trouble? Okay, buddy. Here you go. So we're going to get the hose. We're going to undo another loop or so. We'll bring it over here with our bringing hands. We'll start up here at the top. And Cameron, I don't know if you heard, but remember when we changed that water filter last year? Well, I changed it again, just like a few days ago, maybe a week ago or something. And boy, was it a big change in the water pressure. All of a sudden, I have excellent water pressure again. So it's just like that guy said, you got to change that thing out about once a year, because you do lose water pressure as the filter starts to get clogged with that clay that's all around. I love it clean, but it's a lasting relationship. I wish sometimes getting a weight vest for more energy while not on it. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about maintenance tasks is that they kind of feel a little bit pointless sometimes because you're just going to have to do it again soon enough. But they're not pointless. They just represent good SI. And if you want to have a nice experience in your living space, you're going to have to bite the bullet and do some chores. The thing I'm doing now is not so much a chore, but it's kind of like a chore. I'm giving seeds to the woodland friends. Woodland friends include squirrels, they include birds. And, you know, anything else that might want to eat the sunflower seeds. I started putting them over here. I used to put them on the wall around the front, but the animals made such a mess eating them. They don't neatly put their shells in a pile and sweep it off into the dirt like they're supposed to when they're done eating the seeds. Alright, so the woodland friends now have some seeds to munch on. It's about time to move this water down a little bit. The whole process of watering doesn't take as long now that I've got better water pressure. I'll put a little bit more of that tomato fertilizer on these things. This is the tomato fertilizer for tomatoes and vegetables. These things are vegetables, I guess. I don't know if they qualify as vegetables or not. Do you think that weed is a vegetable? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not a tomato. So that means it's a vegetable. Whoa! God damn it. I'm falling all over the place. Okay. So that's the big question for today. Is weed a vegetable? And the answer is, I don't know. I'm not sure what you have to do to qualify as a vegetable. I think it's a fruit, really. The buds fill up with seeds like a fruit. Alright, I think that should be good enough. Okay. Let's put this hose back. Now let's get the fertilizer. And put it back. There. Oh, you're almost out of electricity. All right. Time to go plug you in before disaster strikes. Hi, Ty. I was watering, is what I was doing. Watering the plants. I can see your messages, yeah. I just wasn't really reading the chat while I was outside because I didn't have my glasses. I need to make food now. So I guess let's go into the kitchen. I think what I'd like to make is macaroni and cheese. Probably Rachel would like some macaroni and cheese too. Alright. I'm going to need to eat more than just macaroni and cheese. So, I need a snack first because I'm about to die of starvation. So first I'll have a yogurt. Then I'll be able to think more reasonably and rationally about what to make for you. Oh, I need this badly. I feel like sick almost. You want more water? Here you go. Oh, it's empty. You guys have really been drinking your water, huh? I change the water frequently, but usually I have to pour out water to change it, you know. Cats are quite insistent on me changing the water. They both like to have fresh water. This yogurt is restoring a little bit of sanity into my life. But man cannot survive on yogurt alone. Bob's Yogurt and Loan. We're a pawn shop But we also sell yogurt. Mmm. That's tangy. That's the cherry flavor. Now that yogurt in me, I feel like I could just make an Italian frozen dinner. That's fine. But let's go with the manicotti and the sauce. 7 minutes. You got it, manicotti. 7 minutes it is. How's your eating going, Trouble? Doing a good job of eating today? What's that? You want to be calm? Okay. You're going to get all your loose hairs, huh? That's a good idea, Trouble. I'll do that. Look at all this hair. Alright, good. Go in the other room while we're waiting for our dinner to finish cooking. Switch to live chat if you want to see all the messages. Live girls are waiting to talk to you. Hey, thanks for calling the party line. Probably a bunch of candy and stuff like that. I mean, I've of late started to cut it out of my diet. The point is, I'm not sure if I am diabetic, but it's a good chance. But the main thing is I have to get it dealt with because it's a precondition to getting my dental work done. So that's why we're going through this whole process here. Is not really because I feel any need to get any treatment for diabetes. I would, if I didn't have this going on, I would just stop eating sugar. Eric, you've been lonely back in the day, lol. You said that too well. So I'll presume my messages made it through. I can read them. I have this part of my mind that always shoots down my interest. Like I really enjoy making music. This part of my mind jumps out with, but what's the point? What's the gain? Yeah, well, there's a less negative version of that that says, if I'm going to direct my attention to this, I want to make sure I'm really directing my attention to it seriously. So I need to have clarity about what I'm trying to accomplish. It doesn't have to be some tangible outcome, Yeah, that's a good observation, Fly Guy. Try to answer them. What's the point? What's the gain? I feel more lost, like Am I doing the right thing in the right way? Ought I be doing something else, or ought I be doing this thing in a different way? I mean, it's worked out. It's worked out both ways for me. You know, sometimes stuff that uh, sometimes if you start spamming, you mean you haven't been spamming the whole time? Where's? Because I need to get another bag of weed out of here. Yeah, well, the thing is, sometimes tinkering can work out just fine. You can mash potatoes your way into something great occasionally. And sometimes, if you have a plan and a central vision, you discover as you get into it that it's either you're having a lot of difficulty realizing that vision, or that the idea you had, is more tricky than you expected. You know. Like, I'm working on playing around with, anyway, a few different music things here, and I don't know if any of them is going to really amount to anything. That can be a bit frustrating. Like, what's this? So I took this bass line and I set it up to go with this thing. I also have this bass line someplace else, but I don't know if I'm going to do anything about it, do anything with it, you know? I probably will do something with this Helen Gurley bass repurpose. It's got a vocal part. I don't have the words for it yet, but so I don't know. I just said that part. The other thing I was doing there is not anything. So, I have that part with guitar, bass, and the vocal melody, and then I have this part with the vocal melody. Which I think is pretty cool. Like, it's a pretty cool instrumental interlude slash guitar solo or whatever you want to call it. So I just need then a chorus slash bridge or whatever. And I'll have a song. Then I'll have to write lyrics for it too. I've written some lyrics for it. I'm not sure I like them. So I didn't believe that in my episode, though. I thought I was evolving and getting smarter. Have you had a good day? I have had a good day, Hayden. I've had a fine day. How about you? Have you had a good day? Do you climb trees and eat banana? No, I don't. Thanks for asking. Hi, Keisha. What do you call a lesbian dinosaur? Lickalotopus. I need a dick in my Asaurus. Well, I feel pretty like happily tired, I guess. You know, when you do a lot of physical labor and or say go skiing all day or something, when you're done, you just feel like, oh. Well, I don't think that marijuana does much in terms of slowing anybody down in a manic episode. I also think booze would be more effective, but I'm not sure it is effective. Cannabis is not a depressant. It's kind of has its own classification, but if you were going to call it something part of some group, you'd say it's a mild psychedelic. I read that. Yeah, I heard about that. He's expecting his first baby, huh? I just hope Pete Davidson doesn't name his kid Dixon my ass. No, his girlfriend's pregnant. Pretty cat. Men can't become pregnant. Like, this is Firecrotch. She's a Native American of the Firecrotch tribe. And she practices the old ways. Rough spank makeosaurus auras. You should always trust your Native American friends when it comes to smoking things. They know all about smoking. They invented it. That's right. Native Americans invented smoking. And that's something they could really hang their hat on. That's something to be proud of. Sir Walter Raleigh may get the credit, but where do you think he got the smoking from? The Indians. That's where. Chief Boofs at midnight. He engaged in some serious negotiations with the federal government. Chief Boofs and Midnight, but they always had to stop negotiations around 11:55. They could pick them up again at around 12:05 a.m. I spent the first part working on a song. After that, it was all esoteric theories I spat out at everyone at jet speed. Well, I should work on a song. I should just work on recording sign holders because it is done being written, I think. Maybe there could be a bridge. Well, it allots 10 minutes in total for the boofing, Acacia, from 11:55 to 12:05. 10 minutes. But we're going to assume it takes a minute or two each way to get to the bathroom, get the pants down, get your boofing mirror out. A boofing mirror is a mirror that attaches around your waist and then drops down a little a mirror that's got like an L to it, kind of, so you can see your butthole while bending over and looking down between your legs. And then, of course, there's the flexible boofing stick, which is like a snake that you use to clean a drain. Oh, fly guy, fly guy, fly guy. Boofing by feel. You barbarian. What if your butthole is numb from the cold? How are you going to boof then? You're not going to be able to feel anything. Plus, if you want to properly feel your boof passage, then you're going to need to use both hands and both feet up around your butthole there. And like Acacia's pointing out, you're going to end up with poop all over both of your hands and feet, and nobody's going to want to shake your hand. To those about to boof, we salute you. I got really into coming up with theories and trying to give therapy to the voices from the schizo part of my schizoaffective. Well, I mean, the schizo part's the bad part, but the affective part, that's the good part. Average night during the peak was about 5 hours of sleep night, roughly, nightly. I mean, that's shit tons of sleep. Rachel didn't sleep for like at least a week straight. I shit you not. She didn't sleep at all. Speaking of, I just went to get figs and the mosquitoes once again bit the ever-living crap out of my ankles. Well, Ruben R., I think that's just the universe telling you, stop getting figs. What are you going to do with them? Make figgy pudding? You got to get figs. What are you a figger or something? Person who grows figs? I'm a fig, says Acacia. Acacia, you're not a fig. You are not a fig. Okay? At worst, you're an apricot. Don't hold yourself in so little regard. No. I think even if you are a fig, I'm promoting you to apricot. I had a traumatic shroom trip and DXM binge. What's DXM? About a month before my episode, along with quitting my Abilify. Wow, that was the only thing making you able to fly. A bill of fly, it definitely sounds like a drug you take that makes you able to fly. The itch goes away in 10 minutes if you don't scratch. Well, it's lean robotripping. TXM? You mean it's Robitussin? Robitussin, Robitussin. Don't be cussing, just take Robitussin. That should be their jingle. No, she was going insane, Putty Cat. She was, when you stay up that long, she was like full blown hallucinating and stuff. Purple drank. I don't want purple drank. Syrups. No, I didn't. I had no such thing. Show media. It didn't matter how much pot she smoked. It didn't phase her mania one bit. And I didn't really know like how that shit was gonna roll, right? So uh, I just kept thinking for some stretch of time, well, she's bound to go to sleep eventually. She just got crazier and crazier and was clearly not in any kind of right mind. Needed some kind of medical intervention. So, that was kind of intense, kind of scary, um, but also kind of an important event. It made me understand that I loved Rachel, that it didn't matter that she came with this problem, which she no longer has. It's in remission. I think I tried to, Putty Cat, yeah, but she wasn't particularly cooperative with my plans. And we didn't have clonopins back then. I watched a guy here on YouTube who was a blogger. He would document his visits with ghosts and conversations with aliens. Huh. And so, would you just like recap it? Okay, hi guys. I just got done talking with a ghost. I think you know which one. It's Megan. She's the woman who died in 1964 in a tragic combine accident. Anyway, this all used to be farmland around here, and Megan still haunts the area. So I was asking her, oh, why can't you pass on? She said, enough about me. I want you to explain to me about you. What's bad is when the voices get me so pissed that they're screaming. Well, maybe you should just remind yourself they're not listening to you. talked about the plan they had for him, the grand plan of everything. Oh, that this story's getting more tragic by the moment here. Uh, did he articulate what this grand plan of everything was? Well, I'd like to think that my mental health is overall quite good. that that's somewhat a relatively new phenomenon in that I don't know if you could say a person's mental health is good when they're in a relationship with somebody who's toxic, as per Kimberly. I don't think a person can really say that mental health is good when they move back into their dad's house to help with their mom who has dementia, um, and have been utterly disempowered in the process. Uh, it's hard to have good mental health after one of your parents for some stretch of time, but I really feel as though I have good mental health now. I feel happy, lucky, safe, comfortable. You know, Rachel and I have a really good life here, and um, I don't, I don't need really anything besides what we have. I gotta get my food. Hearing other stories reminds me how good I have it for someone with schizoaffective. Zyprexa and Abilify stopped working, so I take Clonny, which they give you as a last resort. Oh no, that's not Clonny. You're talking about something different. Clonazepam. Yeah, it's not clonazepam. The thing that I think is quite striking and worth remembering, because not everybody really believes in mental illness. There's a certain amount of bullshit from various parties saying, big pharma is causing you to be crazy. You just need to eat these. You need to eat figs. You have to eat a lot of figs, and there's that shit going on out there, right? And for people who are clozapine or clozaril, so there's a lot of bullshit out there that tries to pretend as though mental health is not like diabetes or something. It's really you just need to do X bullshit and it'll be fine. So what happened? Is he okay? Did everything turn out fine, or is he still doing it? Okay. I decided it wasn't good to be his audience anymore and that YouTube wasn't helping him. Well, that's not surprising. It's definitely helping me. But I've long understood that certain kinds of people are well suited to do certain kinds of YouTubing. And there's a misconception that is that people would like to be successful at YouTubing because, well, it'll be an easy job or something. You have to be a certain kind of personality to do it. To be successful at it, like make money at it, you got to be still another kind of personality. If I didn't have YouTube, I would never have met my beautiful wife. And then I'd just be like, okay, I'm in this horrible relationship with this horrible person, whoever it is. I guess that's just love. Daily torture. That's love. Everybody knows. Now that is love. That's what it was like before, you know. I just assumed that the shittiness of relationships was because that's just how it was, you know. Well, relationships take work. Obviously, you got to compromise and change for the other person a lot. Because, as all my previous wives told me, you're very difficult to be with, Eric. Candace, that was her mantra. If you know what I am saying. No, Eric, we don't know what you were saying. Next time, listen, all right? All right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to make you guys a deal. I'm going to play poker, and you guys can continue to engage with me via the live stream. There's no baseball game on. If I were trying to play poker and live stream and watch baseball, might be a little bit of a challenge. Seems that YouTube has become just as reliable as Wikipedia. Not to say all content is bad. It's a good medium. I think COVID lockdowns really helped to take off. Well, I mean, I was impressed by their enforcement of disinformation shit because I was not on the side of COVID alarmists at all. I understood that this was a terrible, terrible idea, but I never got censored because I didn't say any bullshit. Meanwhile, my friend Taylor, he got in trouble because he was spouting off random conspiracy theories that had no possible way of justifying adequately. Oh, well, maybe. But I think that I think that there was just generally a movement towards uh, platforms having a gatekeeper duty to some extent, and YouTube changed a lot of policies in order to adapt to a changing environment of expectations. You know, it was the end of the Wild West. When they first ended the Wild West, shortly thereafter, that's when I got a strike for bullying C.S. Joseph. A strike that lasted for years until they finally let me get rid of it. Why is your house empty like that? It's not empty. There's me, there's these chairs, a cat between my feet, the wife's in the other room. I don't need a lot of clutter. That just makes me feel like, why are all these objects around? Makes me say, get out of here, physical objects. I do have stuff, but it's not facing that direction. If I were to turn this, you would understand what I mean by, oh, get out of here, physical objects. Oh, what is all that crap? Oh, what is all that? Yeah, he has a channel dealing with personality types. But he was saying in one of his videos that nobody should listen to Taylor because he had a felony. And that made me mad because, of course, you can't judge people on that. You have to at least evaluate what the felony is for, whether he violated someone's rights or not, when he did not. Yeah, well, life is nice. That's why I don't want to deface my beautiful home with posters. Yeah, drugs. Exactamundo. Guilt. Exactamundo. I think he's just working with what he can see, you know? He could have just as easily critiqued the emptiness of my head, the lack of hair thereupon. Would be a common way to come in. That would also be just working with what's in front of you. The DEA, the terrorist organization, is a great hat. The DEA is an unconstitutional rights holocaust. Denmark, 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 how do you do? He's spelling it in a European way for a guy. It's very ooh la la. Say who? I don't know. Say what? Let's see what we got. I got 2 pair. I went all in. I got 2 collars. I win. I am the winner. I am the hero. Thanks. I did enjoy it. I'm mostly done with it now. I Crastic Charles Law. What does that say? I Teagle Ichaus Law? Oh, trouble. Why must you sit right here between my feet? Underfoot, as they say. I'm not going to put a poster of my wife up on the walls, nor any other posters. I don't want to have crap on the walls. This house is not designed to invite clutter. You can't really hammer into the walls at all. It's not a drywall, it's metal. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's one way they do it. One way they make walls. I've never been in a house with metal walls before, but it sure is well insulated. And it's not metal all the way through. Metal plates with this thick yellow foam stuff in between. I'm not talking shit about my house. If anything, the opposite. I'm talking about my beautifully designed home that does not encourage any kind of putting shit up on the walls. It's like extra hard. Yeah, and I was shocked when I tried to drill into it. And it's like I wasn't sure like how with this metal all the way through or what. But somebody on a stream one time told me that it's got yellow foam in the middle of it. Well, the guy who made this house, he was some kind of INTJ genius guy because God damn it, fine. Let's see who got the higher heart. Oh. I don't want to tape shit onto the walls, Steven. God. When we bought this house, anyway, the guy who built the house, who was not the people we bought it from, there was an owner in between us and the original owners. But the guy who built this house, he also put in the water tower and water pump setup that provides water to the whole neighborhood via a very local water company rather than us all being on well water like we would otherwise be, like most of Mariposa is. So this guy was obviously super, like, geniusy. We've got so much like old computer equipment that was top of the line back in the year 2000 up in the attic as well. So yeah, this house is incredible. The longer I live here, the more amazed I am with it. It seems like certain things you can't imagine that it was planned this way, but it must have been, or maybe it wasn't. For example, over here, if you get them out the front door on the walkway, there's this little created nook of no wind right there, even when it's windy. Whereas any place else on the walkway, you'll feel the wind. But just right out here by the front door, you won't. I think it's because the garage jets out a little bit. Was that planned? I'm not sure. But given how incredibly everything has been thought out Probably. It also makes sense that he wanted to do metal because of fire risk, fire danger. We do live in fire country, and yeah. So yeah, it's just got a brilliant vision behind it. The flow of the house is really easy to move around in. And it was designed like from the ground up, so it's got the whole house vacuum cleaner that's integrated into it, which the tubes for the whole house thing are long enough that you can reach every single spot inside the house and not too much longer. The deck's not wood because that's too much of a fire risk. Hi, Keisha. For dessert, pumpkin pie with salted caramel ice cream. Well, you have at it. It's not Thanksgiving, but you could have pumpkin pie anyway. Normally, I would only allow that on Thanksgiving. I'm going to make an exception today for you. Hi, Sandra Lake. How you doing? Forget posters and all that. Put some paint on one of these walls. My favorite color besides white is off-white. Call you Sadie, huh? All right, Sadie. I will call you Sadie. Should I call you Sadie-san? Like the Japanese? I could start calling everybody San. Or I could just call you like Mr. Steven and Miss Acacia, Miss Sadie, Mr. No Sage. They're very formal. You have to be quite tight with somebody before you call each other by your first names in Japan. I do have a Growing Pains book up here in the corner that adds a certain flair of art that draws the eye in. I don't want to paint the house any color other than white. I don't want any weirdness inside the house. I love how not excessive this house is. From what I understand, you and your wife, intuition is valued. I read a paper recently about that clutter and pictures take away from that. In fact, abstract art is very profound but very limited. Well, what I think of is about putting stuff up on the walls is I'm just not a very visual person. To the extent that I'll make note of it, I'd make note of the words. And I find the repetition of seeing the same words over and over again to be pointless and annoying. But like Rachel, she likes to put up things on her bulletin board and stuff to look at because she's a lot more visual than I am. But she doesn't put up things like love grows best in small homes. Dumbass ESFJ signs. Liberace. Fibonacci sequence. I mean, I think that abstract art was a phenomenon of I think it was a phenomenon of art affirming, like the fine art world affirming specific art that primarily was commentary about art. And that played out to its natural conclusion, which was just, random blotches of color or what have you. Well, I mean, whether or not something is abstract really has to do with whether it's conceptual or as opposed to concrete. So you could say that any art with words in it is abstract art. Loretta Webster, what's up, Fly Guy? My bad for earlier, I just missed him. Well, I don't know why they call it abstract art. I guess because it's not of something specific. It's not representative of some figure or like bowl of fruit or whatever. Why is it that so many people want to paint a bowl of fruit? When did that become such a hot commodity? Like, hey, oh, I got you. I know. I'm gonna fill a bowl up with fruit. I'm gonna paint the shit out of that bowl of fruit. It was something to study. I mean, do you really need to study a bowl of fruit? I could just look at it and tell you right away. It's like there's 2 peaches and an apricot in there. Fruit was rare in Europe at the time, huh? Well, I tell you what was even rarer at the time in Europe, nuclear bombs. So why didn't they paint those? How cute would you look with an orange Chanel tab jelly bag with gold chain? On a scale of 1 to 1,000,000, I would look 47,000, which isn't very good. On a scale of 1 to 1,000,000. Oh, trouble. I wish you weren't underneath my feet. Paint a dragon fruit. The thing is, in my capacity as when I have multiple personality disorder, and one of my alternate personalities is somebody named Raul Diego, who's a genius painter, and he doesn't need to look at anything. He just paints with his ideas. So maybe you should think about that. Oh yeah, I can paint, I can draw, I could do interpretive dance, I can make sculptures, everything. All the things. I'm going to paint you a drawing right now. Ping Nigip. I'm going to draw a picture of you. This is my self-portrait, but not of myself, of you. All right. Pang Nigip. Okay, don't beep at me like that. Okay. We are drawing a picture of Pang Nagep. Okay. So it appears that Pang Nagep is some kind of farmer or cowboy or something. I'm just trusting my psychic vision here. It's got a name tag on it that says Pang. The sun is behind him, so he's got a shadow coming off in this direction. How you like me now, motherfuckers? How you like me now? That's Pang Nagep right there. He's leaning against the fence, and he's in his rural area. The sun is causing his shadow to be cast in this direction. He's got a big hat on to protect himself from sunburn. Okay, enough beeping at me, please. So there you have it, Peng Nagep. That's you. I was able to see that with my spirit eyes. I'm not going to FedEx it to you now. You're in a different country, I bet. Like, I don't know, maybe Sweden? Peng Nagep sounds like a Swedish name to me. Yeah. Well, I think Peng Nagep looks like he might be like the star of a weird Filipino movie or something. I guess I've lost Peng Nagep now. He's on one of these. Oh, there he is. Watch out, kids, because Peng Nagep doesn't take no shit. Cool eyebrows there. Got an ear on this side. That's good. Sleeve shirt on. Okay. Color in the shirt a little bit. There we go. And this is, of course, Pang as he truly looks at this moment. This was my spirit vision seeing what he looked like right at that moment. Wherever he is, apparently the sun is going down. I can't say for sure whether that's west or east. It's either coming up or going down because there's a fair amount of shadow. It's not high noon wherever he is. Looking good, Pang. I'm impressed with your fashion sense. Looking better. Looking better. Well, anyway, Pang, you are definitely one of the suaver looking people I've drawn. I think after you're done kicking ass and taking names, you go out and slay some puss, is what I'm thinking. There we go. Yet another successful drawing. It's amazing. I have won the World's Greatest Drawer Award now 47 years in a row. And I'm only 54. The first 6 years of my life, I lost because I was competing against grown adults, obviously. But by the time I reached 7 years old, the world acknowledged that I was the world's greatest drawer. Unsanctioned fibbing. Oh, I'm busted. No, officer. No, I know. I was fibbing. I didn't see. I didn't look for a sign indicating that fibbing was allowed, so it's strict liability. Obviously, that's on me. But you don't have to give me a ticket. You're welcome, Pang the Gap. I could also, if I really wanted to, just festoon you with honoraria. I could, Scarlet F. I could play a Pang the Gap song too. Playing the gap. He has fangs, I bet. He's playing the gap. Don't mistake him for Chiang Kai-shek. Pang the gap. Hold on a second. Pang the gap. He herds goats and he feeds them to all his village mates. They say wow, 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 wow. You think it's a bang I should get? No, go get Pang the Gap, because he's the most reliable guy in town. Yes, don't mistake him for Chiang Kai-shek. He's Pang the Gap. So there you go, Pang the Gap. All right. My water is empty, but my heart is full. I should get no more water in this cup. Thank you. Maybe I'll put off getting more water. I'll get a different beverage first. I'm imagining I could go for a non-alcoholic beer. My bladder is empty, but my butt is full. The latter you sent me has ample pull. No, having your butt full of poop is a gay thing. Only gay people have poop in their butt. It's well established. The rest of us, it goes straight from our stomach just into the toilet, with nothing in between. Grant Wood. Sounds like a command. Very well, I hereby grant you these pieces of wood. Let's go smoke a cigarette. Let's get a non-alcoholic beer. We'll take the mouse with us so that we can play poker while we're outside smoking. Because believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Believe it or not, what I meant to say is, believe it or not, the mouse is powerful enough to go through the window with its powerful mouse rays. Powerful mouse rays will let me, as you can see over here, there's the TV. I'm going to raise it up. So guys can. And I'll show you over here again. Let me lift this up go first. Oh good. King on the flop. Alright, I'll call you. I'll just go all in myself. Try to isolate here. Alright, so this is the cursor. You can see it kind of a little bit, right? And this is the chat that I'm reading. So for example, No Sage here says, mouse raise it up. Yeah, well, that's a different meaning of the word raise. So I got a pair of fours here. I'm going to call it. But what you're going to see is the magic of me going outside and still being able to meow. Well, I like this flop just fine, even though I didn't get a 4. 2, 3, 5. We're going to open into straight draw. Oh no. Boo. Well, I didn't lose that much on it. I should have known. There's no reason. Well, no, I made the right call with opening a straight draw and a fair forward. I had a fair number of outs. I don't regret making that call. Alright, we're gonna get an athletic non-alcoholic beer. Because I am an athlete. That's why I don't drink alcohol. It interferes with my athletic training. How much am I betting? This is a $10 tournament. So $10. $11, because $1 goes to the site, you know. I know what you're thinking. How can you afford this high limit gambling you're doing, Eric? Well, hopefully this $10 tournament will take a while. Are they called cabinets because French people thought they looked like little cabins? Good question. And the answer is yes. That's why. Just like the famous dancers, the Rockettes, are so called because they look like little rocks. Makes sense. You know, everything really basically follows the same logic as moist towelettes. I don't know if they still give those out anymore, but they used to, like the chicken restaurants and stuff, they'd give you these moist towelettes that had alcohol on them to clean your hands with, like rubbing alcohol or whatever. No, it doesn't seem like you get those anymore. Where has gone my moist towelettes? Now, what you can still get are donut gems. Donut gems are little donuts. So that follows the logic. Welcome, Grandpa. I'm going through a difficult phase in my life. I'm depressed, crying, and sad. I do not leave my room. I ask for your support. Well, I wish you well. I'm sorry you're going through tough times. But just remember, it could be worse. You could be covered in spiders. Everybody calls me grandpa or uncle, but I'm not related to any of them. People be like, bear with me, but they don't ever even have a bear with them. I read that on a meme one time. I thought it was funny. So I got good progress done today on the pond, but I could this evening get a little bit more progress done. I got 2 bags of cement poured, and I got a fair amount of hole prepped for cement pouring. It was under prepped for that purpose previously. I'm afraid that I will relapse and do things that are harmful to me. Well, I guess it depends what those things are. Sometimes people who are close to us can think they know what's best for us and not actually know what's best for us. Can I call you mommy? You can, but I will not respond, 'cause I am not your mom. No, I'm totally not your mom. A lot of greenery there, pretty nice. Yeah, it's pretty nice. A lot of greenery around. This is the berm, for lack of a better word, behind the retaining wall. This little berm separates us from the street for this privacy. And then we've got the gully over here. So the neighbors are over across this gully, back over there. So it's a nice place to look at. A lot of oak trees, fir trees, pine trees. But there's a big wind event that kind of blew down some of these central trees before we got here, before we moved here. So otherwise it'd be even thicker forested than that. Clip, huh? How fun! I'll check it out when I go inside. Okay, this is enough of the cigarette. There we go, back inside where everything's easier. This time of day, I can't just look through the window and see things, you know? The glare prevents it from happening. Oh, trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Bang the gap, he herds goats, and he feeds them to all his village mates. They say, wow, 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 wow. You think it's a bang I should get? No, don't get banged, get, because he's the most reliable guy in town. That's pretty good. Bang this get. That's pretty good at it, Acacia. Did a good job with that. Hang the gap. And thus it was that we'll always remember old Pang the Gap. Husband, farmer, villager, hero. What's going on, Pang the Gap? What are you meowing about? I totally stole that pot. Good for me. Meow. What a mournful meows you are. Are you maid merry and mournful meows? I'm going to roll a joint. I'm going to roll and smoke a joint. Let's do it to it. I'm going to roll that joint and brew it. Are you ready? Do you see? I'm going to smoke a joint. And we're just going to relax. I'm not going to worry too much about entertaining everybody. You on that type of time, little boy? Well, normally I get people trying to insult me about being too old, but stop masturbating and watching porn. Why should I do that? I don't masturbate and watch porn very often. Mostly when I need to go number 3, I have intercourse with my wife. Yeah, the sexual kind of intercourse. The one marked by the following symbol and sound. This is the international symbol for intercourse. I don't know if I can say this or not, but you look so badass, sir. You could say that. I don't feel especially badass. I feel like a good ass. I try to be a pleasant person. And I try to be a moralist, opposing injustice and exploitation in all its various manifestations. But, I could care more, I guess. It's more like I assert the following rather than I care about it. Oh, in a good way. A good badass. You mean like popsicles? They're cold, which makes them badass. But they're pretty good. Bad like Michael Jackson bad. I'm talking about young people in general. And no, masturbation does not destroy health in the body. It's actually important for men to ejaculate, ideally every day. There's nothing wrong with masturbation at all. It shouldn't replace intimacy with another person if you have that in your life, but lots of people don't have that in their life and for stretches of time, So don't let faith-based stuff convince you of concrete world stuff. Remember, faith is belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. The evidence says it's good for your prostate to ejaculate daily. I don't uphold that standard myself, but I'm 54 years old. And where your religion leads you astray, you just need to learn to lift up the middle finger and say, look, I love you, Islam, but fuck off about this. After all, this is a faith-based magical thinking frame. There's no reason for me to feel conscribed by arbitrary bullshit. So take care of yourself, really take care of yourself, which means don't internalize other people's lies. I tell you, there's something wrong with you if you engage in the perfectly natural human behavior of fapping, aka rubbing one out. You're never gonna sleep well if you never rub one out. Sometimes you gotta rub one out before bed. It's just how it goes. Most of all, remember, your penis is not your enemy. I know your mom wants you to believe that, but your mom. Well, I mean, it's similar to the effect of drugs. You mean it helps you to have a good time and be smarter? I don't think that's true, really, of pornography. I don't think it's a great idea to watch a bunch of porn all the time, but I never had any problem with it. It's like most things that one could possibly overindulge in. Some people will have a problem. It'll be a vice for them that they have. It causes them challenges, difficulties. So other people, not so much. Like, I don't have any kind of problem with gambling or with pornography. Those are things that I don't do to excess. And so they're legitimate ways that I can do something in the vice category of stuff, I guess. On the other hand, I can't drink alcohol because I'll be a big drunk. So I can't, It's really a matter of understanding, first of all, what's moral or not through the lens of rights violation. If it's not rights violating in some fashion, it's not morally prohibited. And assuming that everybody in the movie is consenting adults, etc., then it may not be doing anything to great excess is going to be bad. If I do nothing but watch anime all day, then I'm not in a really good mental place, I am more than just watching cartoons. If each time you fap, a kitten's life is taken, I mean, how would you verify that your fapping caused the kitten to be killed? Like, how would you? I would want to know, by what mechanism are you determining when I fap? And yeah, I'm happily married to a beautiful wife that the vast majority of the time when one of my loads leaves the loading dock, it's in the process of intercourse with my wife. You're the one who said you have to stop using pornography. I didn't say anything about that. This deity has your FAP receipts. Oh, hello, Jesus. I'm here in heaven. I made it. Cool. What you looking at there, Jesus? Your internet incognito window history, Eric. That's what I'm looking at. What's this big titted leprechaun search that you did, all of that. You know, I actually got it. It's a funny thing about that one. I wasn't even looking to fap to that. I was the first time. Uh-huh. Natural love without dirty pornography. Hey, well, I mean, the thing is this: you gotta compare against alternatives, not against the ideal. Okay, so like somebody who is handling their own business is not out being a whore, right? I mean, I can assure you, masturbation does not turn a person into a dirty, weak monster. Okay, that's just insane. I don't know where you would get that. In a healthy marriage, not every ball's worth of cum has to be elicited by your wife, you know, and vice versa. It's like sometimes you just want to not have another person involved. For us, we have a very healthy marriage. The vast majority of the time, we have sexual intercourse, but not always, and there's nothing wrong with that. You have been brainwashed by crazy nonsense. So, yeah, I assure you, there's nothing wrong with you touching your penis, all right? Oh my God. I mean, I'm trying to have a respectful discussion with you and informing you that there's no good way for any group to tell individuals what they should do as far as autoeroticism is concerned. It's 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 a it's an appalling jurisdictional overreach, right? It's ridiculous. So I'm helping you to understand there's nothing wrong with you being a human being, and I'm sorry that Islam has convinced you of this bullshit. But you shouldn't be convinced of it. That's the beautiful thing about the internet. You can be exposed to the truth. You don't have to listen to just this magical thinking nonsense. And you know, it's like I'm not. There's nothing respectful about me bullshitting you about what we're talking about here. What you're saying is complete fucking bullshit. Okay, it would not be more respectful of me to not tell you that. It would be less respectful of me. I'm telling you the truth, and I'm telling it to you in the fashion that is clearly like this is the truth exclusively, and pathologizing masturbation is unhealthy for you and everybody else. So there's no, it's not a matter of do I respect or not respect you. If I didn't respect you, I wouldn't tell you the truth. I wouldn't be angry on your behalf. Look, don't get me wrong. Islam is by no means the only thing that pathologizes stuff. Certainly, other religions do. Christianity does, but also most of all, psychology pathologizes stuff all the time. There's something wrong with you because you are socially awkward. There's something wrong with you because you don't execute, follow through very well. Something wrong with you because you aren't rational enough or because you're too rational. You know, there's all kinds of ways of pathologizing people, and humanity seems to have embraced them all. No, I don't have to respect your beliefs. I have to respect you as a person, which means I'll tell it like it is, right? I do respect you as a person. That's why I'm not going to sugarcoat things and pretend you're a little kid who can't handle the truth. I'm an absolutist, right? I'm not a relativist at all. If our two worldviews are in conflict in a way that is mutually exclusive of one another, then one of us is right and one of us is wrong. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Well, what does that have to do with masturbating, Ahmed? Nothing at all. Israel is not responsible for you rubbing one out. Okay? Although I do think it's interesting, worth noting perhaps, that world record pornography collection. Who had it? Tried Osama bin Laden. Yeah. I certainly don't approve of Israel's approach with the Palestinians, but I also, it's like that shit's been going on since I was a little kid, before even then. But I remember it from when I was a kid, and I remember it in debate when I was in high school. It was an impact we'd use. Like, one way or another, just freaking enough already. Enough with the whole Israel-Palestine shit. Israel wants to like double down on this idea that somehow they're not, they don't have any liability here, and that the Palestinians are to blame. But, it's pretty clear that there ain't no talking to Israel about that. Okay. Ahmed, if your idea of sacred is anti-Semitism, you really need to rethink your worldview. You know what I'm saying, dog? I bet you do. I bet you know what I'm saying. Hate is not a family value. There we go, Jack. No five, no five, no five, no five. Frankly, sir, you're an asshole. He can be, like I can be an asshole sometimes. But, individuals can always reach common ground provided neither of them is manifesting some bullshit from their group as a predominant consideration. Is the beef going on here? I'm not sure what's going on here, actually. Might be beef, might be lamb. Might even be something like venison. I'm not beefing with anybody as far as I can tell, but I could be and not know it. Hi, Acacia. He called you a strong stance, Acacia. I don't know why either. He might be referring to how difficult it is to push you over. You're a fig. You fig lover. Get your Newtons out my picnic basket. Figs don't really qualify as fruit. in my opinion. They're more like seedy mush grosses. I'm seedy mush gross. I'm a fig. Figgy mush gross. That's what I called you. You're a figgy mush gross. You're a figgy mush gross. I'm not a figgy mush gross. Seedy mush gross? Is that what it is? Seedy mush gross. Seedy mush gross the fig. I like to wear out names. Fluctura. I see keyboard warrior shouting into the void. Actually, we're just, screwing around, playing around, joking around, having a little conversation about this and that. I don't think any of us are shouting into any void, except you. Except I didn't let that happen. I saved you. Instead of just allowing you to shout into the void, I read your thing, I responded to it, I saved you. I reached over the edge and pulled you up by your arm. There, you're back out of the void, communicating with somebody. I'm pretty sure here in Fig Town we aren't doing any keyboard wars. Not that I know of. But I guess you were probably traumatized back in the great keyboard wars of 2024, where very many people were injured, had their feelings hurt, or were otherwise bothered. The thing is, you don't want to become a filthy, weak person, do you? What was he said that you become? Let me see. It turns the person into a dirty, weak monster. Like you were this close to being a dirty, weak monster. Okay? I'm not sure which two, but you're either a clean, weak monster right now, a dirty, strong monster, or a dirty, weak person. But you're not all three yet, so you can still save yourself. Stop endangering my prostate with your bad advice. Dear prostate, I've got some good news for you. Recently released medical studies have shown that the more you ejaculate, the less likely you are to get cancer. Weird that your prostate is inside your butt. Like, seems like something that you should be able to have easier access to it. Like either easier access to it or no access to it. One of the two. I wonder if you boofed steroids, if it would make your prostate extra buff. You'd shoot come out of you like at 100 miles an hour. Oh yeah, I'll punch a hole right in that drywall. I've been boofing steroids. Indians now own more. Indians now own more what? Boofing is the primary way to take steroids? Huh. Why? You think you'd want to put it closer to the muscles that you want to make stronger. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. They're pushing her into the hospital on a gurney. He didn't know that by boofing steroids, his ejaculate was going to fire out of his penis like a bullet and wound his wife, possibly fatally. Prednisone? Never heard of prednisone. Is that why you're so buff, Acacia? Acacia is one of the most ripped people I've ever met. My doctor tried to prescribe that to him, but he stopped going. What? Is it a steroid? Usually it's only prescribed in the ER. Do people abuse it to do weightlifting stuff with it or something? Ah, fine. I guess I'll call it. Well, I lost that one. That's fine. Can it be used to treat eczema and asthma at the same time? It doesn't bother your tummy. It makes your heart race. Actually, Acacia, that's a little something they call love. Got some good news for you. You are in love. They're trying not to prescribe it anymore. It's bad for your bones. You're gonna get osteoporosis. Prednibones. You already got osteoporosis? Oh. Osteomalacia. Well, is that when your bones turn into a malodorous glacier? I guess the idea of taking a steroid in your butt is that you hide the needle mark. Ah, right. That way, if you're under investigation for doping, they can't say, "What's up with this puncture wound here?" Steroid user bones can be brittle. Look at Anderson Silva. Oh, did he use steroids? I didn't know that. You know who I did know used steroids? Perhaps the most famous steroid user of all. That's right, Lance Armstrong. Lance Armstrong, he really cheated his ass off. Now they're talking about getting an Oakland expansion team? That's crazy. No, who would want to go? Nobody wants to be in Oakland, okay? If you've ever been to Oakland, anybody's been to Oakland, seen Oakland, even on in videos, should all say, "Oh, of course, no baseball team would ever want to play in this post-apocalyptic hellscape." Oakland is terrible. I mean, San Francisco is terrible too, but Oakland is even more terrible. TMI. His shin broke when Chris Weidman checked his leg kick. I guess that must have been the end of the fight. Did he stop fighting at that point? You remember him being Lance Armstrong? It is Lance Armstrong. Where? Who says it's Lantz? Nobody. Are you telling me you're saying that if I Google it, it's spelled Lantz? That is not true. Don't Google it. It's the Morgan Freeman effect. Sure, I know that one. Oakland lost their team because they didn't they didn't want to make them a new stadium, and the Athletics didn't need a new stadium. There's nothing wrong with the Oakland Coliseum. What they needed was to get the fuck out of the most horrible place in America. Who's the mayor of Oakland? Is that what you're talking about? Well, okay, T2. I'm the one who's saying that Oakland is a post-apocalyptic apocalyptic hellscape. Why would the Athletics or anybody else want to stay there when, while playing in the Oakland Coliseum, the first year we moved up here, Rachel and I went to go see them at the Oakland Coliseum, and there were under 3,000 people there. I think it was like 2,000 people there. It was the lowest attendance they've had in a long time ago. If you've been to Oakland, it's filled with homeless encampments. You cannot park a car in the city for 5 minutes without getting broken into. Why would anybody want to play baseball there? I don't doubt that the mayor didn't care about baseball. That's very plausible. Be she a lesbian or anything else, right? But yeah, Oakland, the Athletics made the right decision going to be in Vegas. It's a much more, it's a much better sports market. There's a reason why the Raiders left too, you know? Even Sacramento is a better sports market than Oakland. They're outdrawing the last few years worth of Oakland teams in this minor league ballpark in Sacramento right now. So, yeah, get the fuck out of Oakland, right? I do keep up with the. I'm not. I'm not an Oakland person. You say we lost. I'm an athletics fan. I'm glad they're moving from Oakland. I don't live anywhere near Oakland. So I wouldn't be up for any expansion team. You don't seem to be listening to me. So I don't know what to tell you. it's certainly plausible that some person involved in these dealings between the Athletics and Oakland of significance was a lesbian. But even if she was passionately fighting hard to keep the Athletics, it was never going to happen. The taxpayers didn't want to foot the bill for the stadium. Fisher is a very like under rich owner. Well, we're talking about baseball, not football, Winston's mom. Okay, well, for whom was this lesbian working? Was this lesbian working for the city of Oakland, for Major League Baseball, for Fisher, the owner? Can you provide a little bit more clarity? You're telling me to Google it, yet you're the one who's making the claim. Why should I have to do your work for you? Explain it. Not much, Austin Burns. Currently, I'm just pointing to a reality that T2 would like to frame in as something else. Who's I run? I run, so was John. What's I run mean? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. There have been bad gay people, sure, such as Diddy, for example. There have also been lots of bad straight people, like, I don't know, Attila the Hun. No, I'm not going to watch the UFC card this weekend. Those gays and lesbians don't know it's over. What's over? I mean, it's like, you're just talking about people who you don't know, who have their own relationships predicated on their own agency. So you just kind of sound like a real leap maker. But I get it. A nuanced understanding of a complicated world is a lot more intimidating than identifying a boogeyman. What about Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker? He was straight. I guess that's all I need to know about those damn straights. You know? All I need to know is Richard Ramirez and Adolf Hitler. That's all I need to know. Tells you all you need to know about the straights. Damn breeders. So anyway, what satisfaction do you get out of doing this thing that you're doing? Does it give you a sense of like, ha, I really stuck it to them, the gays, or something like that? The Athletics don't need saving. They're currently playing in Sacramento, after which they'll play in Vegas. Prior to playing in Oakland, at one time they played in Philadelphia. If you wanted to give me good news, it would have been like, Fisher has sold the team. Although, frankly, I think the team's doing pretty well. I mean, ignoring the largely horrible record. Jerking off some outrage, huh? Is that what's happening there? Oh. Oh, yeah, that's good outrage. Oh, yeah, right there. Take that, lesbian mayor. Or whoever she was. Lesbian, whatever. They either gay or bi. Who's either gay or bi? You mean the gays and the bis? They can't comprehend we just like women, but they call us crazy. I've never been called crazy for being straight. I don't know. Like, I don't drive into town and there's gays lining the streets going, Breeder, you should be ashamed of yourself. Come over here and suck some cock. That's silly. Like I'm driving back home down the road here and I'm not paying attention to how fast I'm going. I'm going like 35 and I should be going 25. One of the neighbors says, slow down and stop being straight. Get out there and fuck some men. What are you doing? Cissexual? That's what it means to just have one sexuality. Either cissexual. Oh, well, I was too late. That's fine. One half cracker, one half breeder. Eric felt deeply ashamed of himself. Who was she working for? She didn't cost me anything. I'm not from Oakland. I have them in our TV package because we're in Mariposa. It's 3 hours from Oakland. I just happen to be an athletics fan since I moved up here. Fucking, you gotta be kidding me. Hits Broadway. What bullshit. I'm from Los Angeles, okay? I'm not from the Bay Area. I don't live in the Bay Area. I live in a very conservative county in the mountains. I mean, I don't know who he's even talking about. I don't know who this woman worked for. He's blaming her for the Athletics leaving Oakland, but I'm not sure who she worked for, or how she would have that much power to derail them staying if both parties really wanted it. I don't think Oakland wanted to give them a new stadium. And I think that's understandable. I don't think taxpayers should be paying for stadiums like that. But more importantly, I don't think the Athletics wanted to stay in Oakland because it's a shithole. I used to drive there occasionally to go get mushrooms from the mushroom store. I felt scared about leaving my car parked for 20 minutes.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beautiful.
Can I give you a kiss?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't be too gay about it.
Well, I'm definitely gay for y'all.
We're a gay couple. Me and my wife
We are.
here. We do gay couple things like pick berries and sit outside and express positive affirmations of one another.
Yeah, I really like to compliment her. I guess words of affirmation is like one that I give. Can I have a joint?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm gonna roll you a joint and you can smoke it. T2, why would I follow your instructions when you won't answer my question? I asked you who she worked for. You won't answer that question. You want me to do your work and Google it. You're the one who's making the claim. You substantiate it, obviously. At least answer my question. This is what I call the lay people blind spot. You know, debaters understand who has the burden to do what, right? But lay people don't understand that at all. Like, don't tell me to Google shit that I'm asking you to substantiate. You're the one who makes the claim, you know? I got a comment the other day that says, stop saying you know so much. I do,
Really?
yeah, I do
I say a
know.
lot.
I do know that I should stop saying that.
I don't even hear you saying it that much. Unless it's a joke.
I am a lucky man. That's true.
I'm a lucky lady.
And the reason I'm a lucky man is because I have a rabbit's foot, a horseshoe, and a four-leaf clover.
Mm-hmm.
All the key ingredients in luck. Well, this might be the end of my road here. Oh, I got just barely notched. Well, there goes that poker tournament. Oh, I got some money back. Broke even on this one. That's not too bad.
No, that's not too bad.
Let's see. Let's play this one. Did you hear why Bill Gates had a divorce? He was micro and soft. Thank you, Scotty G, for that. For that horrible but kind of funny joke. Yeah, I did. I got a joke for you. How many gays does it take to make T2 mad? Just one. I don't even need a source though with his mom. I was just asking who this person worked for. If you're not going to answer that question, then you're not trying at all. Oh, this isn't the turn. That's the turn I busted out of. So what was the thing that was more offensive to you, T2? Was it the fact that this person was a woman, that she was black, or that she was a lesbian?
Yeah, that's loaded.
Because there are days when I wake up and I'm a black lesbian woman.
Yep.
And I can tell you, I don't appreciate it when I get treated differently just because my race, gender, and sexuality have changed overnight.
Yeah, you're very right.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, did anybody challenge your whiteness? I don't think so. And it, of course, isn't relevant to anything. Huh. I don't think anybody thought your real name was T2.
No.
TOO is not a very common last name. And if it were your last name, TEE is also not a very common first name. So I was operating under the assumption that that was not your real name. My real name is Eric Strauss. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's a fake name. Maybe I made it up so that I could be on the internet with anonymity.
Yeah, you could be.
I'm hoping my big break into the big time fame world will come when I finally compete on the RuPaul's Drag Race.
I like that that's been on your mind since you've been in Vegas.
Well, I'm not going to dress up like a woman.
Oh.
That's going to be my advantage. I'm not going to walk like a woman, dress like a woman. It's going to be a regular guy.
So you're just going as yourself?
Yeah.
What's like your thing going to be?
My drag name will be Eric. And my thing will be just because I'm straight don't mean I can't be fierce.
Just because you're straight don't mean you can't be fierce?
Right.
I like that.
Hi, I'm Eric. I'm a 54-year-old heterosexual man, and I'm fierce.
And your talent would be music, right?
No, it'd be walking. That's the talent they have in RuPaul's Drag Race, right?
They have to have they usually have some sort of
some other talent?
Yeah.
Besides walking?
Mm-hmm. The walk is a big thing, don't get me wrong, but usually they have some sort of gimmick.
Well, I don't need a gimmick. Just my natural
Oh,
walk.
just your walk. So that's what you do, like for your special talent.
I've got a natural swagger. I'll show you guys how I walk. Thank you, T2, for
Thank you, T2.
your generosity. And
Get ready to work.
and also get ready to be impressed.
Whoa! Look at those hips sway.
That's how I normally walk.
Is
It's just my normal walk.
Your hips sway?
Yeah, when you see me walking differently, it's because I'm forcing myself to not do that.
I see.
I also know how to skip. I can skip back.
Okay. So so are you known for different walks too on the
Oh yeah, I got all the big walks. All the hot walks. Like, for example, this is one of the hottest walks you can do. It's called the looking behind you walk.
Your hand is kind of saying like, oh what?
Both, Putty Cat, both kinds of walks. I also will bring my walk. I'm glad you party together. I can vogue, I do this. Plenty. I call this one the Home Alone. And I guess maybe Carrot you didn't know, but I've invented most of all the hot new yoga poses that are in vogue right now. Like this one. Right? Hold on a second, I'll get it. This one's really hot right now.
Wow. What's
I
it called?
invented that one. It's called the stretching before running a half marathon. And there's this one, which is the what? That's a shortcut to enlightenment right there. You just started your yoga classes. Well, you might not get to some of my poses until you get to the advanced class, because it's pretty advanced stuff. How much is that puppy in the window?
Aww. I can see that being a pin.
Yeah, it's popular. They may recall the short-lived dance craze of dabbing. Well, that's actually based on one of my yoga poses. It's like this. But the difference is they dab like this, but it should be like this with a hand flat. Like you're just fondling your armpit a little bit.
Oh. Was that called dab?
Well, that's what they called it, okay? I called it the lightning bolt.
Oh, the lightning bolt.
But some young people got a hold of it, changed the name, repurposed it into a dance move.
So, did you get onto RuPaul's Drag Race because of all these poses and walks? Was that your, thing?
I mean, all I did was I sent them a letter with no return address or anything, no number. Just said, I'm in, Eric. And they called 5 minutes after they got it.
Wow! I can see why.
Yeah. Here we go. So we're going to be playing this H-Jack suited. And who knows? Maybe we will have good fortune. We've got $10 on the line. So let's hope for the best. My fold. I pooped on the lawn, but I'm pretending I stepped on a dog poop so I think my neighbor saw me pooping. Like, I'll do that one.
Whoa.
I'll show you in a second. It's like this, basically.
You're pulling up your pants?
Hey, pulling up your pants as you're looking at the shoe to pretend as though you stepped in poop. Really, you just had poop on your butt. It's like one of the worst places to have it. Share your channel. Do you want to cherish and be cherished by others? It might be time to share your channel. Hi, Jeff. Not much. I'm playing a little poker. You went to high school with me, huh? Okay. My girlfriend thinks your girlfriend is hot.
I think your girlfriend's hot too.
She's my wife. Your girlfriend is a hairdresser. Well, I'm very impressed. Did she dress your hair? You can dress my hair. Dress my hair.
My hair, dress my hair.
So, I think in every instance, pretty much, that anybody said this, it's just been bullshit. Bullshit preface to some false accusation about me or something. But I wonder if, Jeff, you actually did go to high school with me. Some people did. I had a high school, I don't know what the graduating class was, but I think there were like over 2,000 people in my high school.
That's pretty big.
Do I know somebody in high school who drove a Honda Civic? No. That's why I look handsome. Perfect couples. The flight of the glide flaps? Right, well, that one, it has a lot to do with the facial expression. Your facial expression should express the feeling of soaring through the air, but not flying.
Could we check on Tiffany's order?
It's not supposed to get here till the 22nd.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He ships it on a slow train from China, I guess. Honda Civic. I did have a friend who drove a Honda, but I don't think it was a Civic. And his name was Chris. It wasn't Jeff. Ruben, your blue eyes seduced them both, then my girlfriend kick in. Perfect couples at the nude beach. I see. Who are your blue eyes seducing? Other people at the nude beach? You can't help it, your blue eyes just do it involuntarily without your willing it. I'm going to turn off the old air conditioning for a little while. It's 83 outside, 72 inside. But, you know, I'm not going to be super diligent about it, but when I think of it, I'll try to turn off the air conditioning periodically so we don't end up with some kind of incredibly outrageous electricity bill. Which we probably will anyway. This person is living in interesting to them land. I live in interesting to me land. The things around me are all interesting to me. Except for this. That's just disgusting. Alright, what am I going to beverage? I'm going to do this one. I'm going to beverage the rest of this apple juice. Because apple is the all-American fruit. Who doesn't like... Yeah, well, it's the coffee area, you know? And it's challenging to keep clean because I use a lot of non-dairy creamer, which hardens into like this paste glue shit. Well, T2, the arsenic is what gives this apple juice its delicious, tangy flavor. It doesn't have arsenic? Oh. Does it have anthrax in it? Oh, don't drink that apple juice. That's got a lot of arsenic in it. Really? And anthrax. I would never drink it. My aunt is a head nurse in OR. You run from rice as well. I like rice. Where am I from? I'm from California. Mariposa, California, United States of America. And it's a lovely time of evening. It's 7:25. It's a nice temperature. It's no. They meant or. They just haven't finished their sentence. You can't really tell the quality of the light on the camera, but it's the golden hour, as they say. If we're taking still photos, it might come out. But it's the golden hour in terms of how it feels on my body, too. Standing outside on a warm summer's evening like this, the air feels super soft. And it's kind of evocative of positive things about childhood where you'd be out on the street playing. It would be getting pretty late, but it would still be light out because it's summer. And the world seemed filled with the promise of fun and summerness. My aunt head OR nurse in Boston. Right, so she's either the head or the nurse in Boston. He doesn't know which. That's what he means by or, with all caps. She's either a head or a nurse. I don't know which one. Or both, maybe. It could be an inclusive or. Rice goes with everything. It does. It does go with a lot of things. I wouldn't say that it goes with chocolate cake, but if you want to put rice on top of your chocolate cake, be my guest. Ooh, can I get the chocolate cake, please? And can you get a side of rice and just pour it on top of the chocolate cake? Yeah, thanks. Perfect. Yeah, can I get a bottle of soy sauce, please? This is gonna need a lot of soy sauce. Millionaire, head nurse, hot nude beaches. We've got it all around here. Oh, boo. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Didn't we all get it straight? I'm not bringing... Rachel and I don't do nude beaches, okay? We're not exhibitionists like that. I feel no need to go to the beach even in clothing, let alone naked. Even if I go with a bathing suit, I'm still going to get too much sand in too many places. You just maximize that reality if you're naked. And that's why instead of going to the nude beach, I go to the prude beach, where prudes like me keep their clothes on. Okay. Everybody's in luck because we're going to continue streaming for a while today. Got 2 tournaments I entered. One of them is a $1 tournament. $1.10. The other one is a $5 tournament. $5.50. And I don't like the beach because I don't like sand getting on me. Also, I don't like boats. I don't mind fishing in the ocean if I'm fishing from the shore. That's okay. But it's not my preferred way of fishing. I mean, it might be depending, but... Host Eric, I want to be your friend. First I'll tell you about everyone I hate. I was in a pair egotistic and tell you I'm hot. Then I will leer at Rachel and talk about my hot girlfriend. Well, different people have different ways of engaging, I guess. You know what they say, different strokes for different folks. worth paying to get. Oh, I busted out already. Well, I will rebuy for another $5. Well, it's fun going all in with those queens, but I got a little unlucky. Yeah, well, I don't think it's a good idea for people to shave their pubes in general because, first of all, you want to keep sharp things away from sensitive areas. Second of all, you get ingrown hairs. And ain't nobody like that. Right, I need a beverage. So I think I'm going to get myself another cup of coffee. An embarrassed mother of a man who made headlines after being caught having sex inside a bathroom on an EasyJet flight. Do you have the same attitude towards armpits, T2? No sage mentioned saw your mom nude. Was it the man or the mother who got caught? It was the man who got caught. The mother was embarrassed. Was the mother on the same flight with him? And if so, with whom did he get caught with the intercoursing? Let's see. While a man caught joining Mile High Club learned of tryst with woman he just met at airport watching TV. Mom Elaine happened to be relaxing at home watching the UK talk show Loose Women when she saw the video of her son Piers Sawyer's wild act first shared to X. It's not something a mom wants to see. Well, who knows why people are such filthy animals? I don't know why. Not that there's anything wrong with being a filthy animal, but, do we really have to be such filthy animals? Thanks, Rachel Beautiful. You think my cute face is cute? What do you think about my sour face? You think that's cute too? Go ahead, there's fresh water up there. I just changed it. Well, thanks. I appreciate your kind words. Wake up. You're asleep at the wheel. Am I? Is that what's going on here? What was it that the Bloodhound gang said again? I don't remember. I love smelling permanent markers, but it's bad for you. Well, here's the thing. If you smell permanent markers, what do you think you smell? Smell a marker permanently. That's why they're called permanent markers. Everything they do, all of the time, is permanent. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Marker, I hardly knew her. Everything's a meme, including mom. Fold. What did I make? Coffee. Let's go. I don't think T2 is getting banned either, because I don't think T2 wants to get banned. I don't think he's exactly trying to be whatever. It's just like he just is that. Here we go. A little bit of creamer helps the medicine go down. I don't know what's going on with the poker hand, but just fold me. Just fold me away because I'm not going to make it back there in time. You nagging ding ding. It's a really nagging ding ding. It really grabs your attention. Like, okay, okay. Oh, that's good coffee. That's the flavor of fun. It's the flavor of good. It's the flavor of truth. It's the flavor of wood. Gail Emmon Party. Who timed out whom? I wonder if T2 is a really big fan of Terminator 2, the movie. And that's why his name's T2. It was referred to as such back in the day. I don't mind boof and flavors, but I can't stand the flavor of boof. Nagging ding ding is a problem for most dudes. Oh no, Sage. You're so funny. What? Wait a second. How? When? Where? Why? Who? I was sure I was going to win that. What happened? Baldur's Gate. I don't care, T2. I'm not in this to hit people up for money. So, don't worry about it. I'm a beautiful young lady in need of a car. I'm a beautiful, sexy young lady in need of a car. Do you think you could say your way over to buy my car for me? No, Sage. I'm a beautiful, sexy young lady in need of a car. And I'm willing to do anything to get one. Anything. This coffee has all the flavor you could ever ask for, plus a million more points of flavor. Well, the nice thing about here is possible to go away and come back again, or not. You've got all the options available. If you wanted, you could even start a subreddit about how shitty this channel is. If you wanted to hire me, I'd consult for you to help you better, more accurately articulate the reasons and ways that it is shitty. So, keep that in mind if you're looking for a school project idea. What is that? Bisexual girlfriend. That sounds like tomorrow's justification for hating women. Did I give you double wonder points today? Oh, fibbing is sanctioned. I didn't realize that. Well, listen here, fibber. I've got something to tell you. Nuh-uh. Alright, I busted out of this time again. That's enough. No. No more. I'm gonna get any more of my $5 is. I'm still in my $1 tournament though. I haven't busted out of that one. Uncle Ben Gay. They were gonna cancel me for being an old Negro. Then I told them I was gay. That's the story of Uncle Ben. You were just boofing dreams and metaphors, Ruben. Just dreams and metaphors. Ain't nothing gonna get you high if it doesn't have some physicality to it. Alright? Hasta la vista, sweetie. I need your clothes, your boots, and your handbag. Oh, don't worry, I mean, lava's fine. I actually kind of like lava. I don't mind sinking in it. It's warm. Isn't the real villain the lava? T1's rated R? Does it show boobies? Is that why? Uh-oh. I see titties. Rated R. We cannot have people seeing titties. Ideally, no one would be able to see this movie. Human breasts. I've never seen anything so disgusting. I have a true crime channel. I bet he closes this stream quickly when I leave. Well, perhaps you should look at the length of my streams that I've had recently in your absence. You tend to stream for quite a while. But I don't know when I'm going to end this stream. I feel sort of hungry, but I already ate some. Yeah. See you later, T2. I'm going to decline your advice. I'll choose to not be bored. But thanks for offering your 2 cents. Oh, gosh, guys. Now we might as well just stop the stream. T2's gone, One thing I've learned over the many years of live streaming and doing YouTube stuff is that I don't have any ideas or things to say. So I need someone like T2 to come in and, make things interesting by hating people and doing other stuff like that. There are dozens of channels using that name. Do you think they have an original name? What name? T2? I mean, I don't know. Fate is what you make it, John Connor. You want to see homos naked? Adam Sandler. By 11:20, he will kill his stream because he'd be bored without me. Half-hour word. I doubt I'll be done streaming by 8:15, but it's conceivable. It won't be because I'm bored without you. In your absence, we will continue to just talk about things. I haven't found you like uninteresting. I haven't thought to myself, wow, this guy's remarkably dull. But I also haven't found you remarkably interesting. Just a little bit roughshod in your use of words and effy stuff. Aunt Jemima was married to Uncle Ben. And together, they'd sit down and they'd have rice with syrup on it every day. Yeah, T2, we got it. Okay? I hope it works out that way for you. I never know when I'm going to end things. I might decide to end it when you indicated. It won't be for the reason you indicated, but I hope it works out that way for you anyway. Then you can come back and say, ha ha! So yeah, to get the full flavor profile, you need to put Aunt Jemima syrup on Uncle Ben's rice. and then serve it at a Little Black Sambo's restaurant. We used to have that restaurant. Okay, go to bed, T2. I'm not making excuses. I'm, believe it or not, I'm trying to move on from your pending absence. And oh gosh, what if he's right? What if the whole thing has been held aloft by his provocativeness? Gosh, now what shall I do? There, are you happy? Okay, well, you keep as much time as you want. The thing that you seem to be forgetting is that what I'm primarily doing is playing poker. And I'm live streaming because there's no baseball on while I'm playing poker. I think this might be a little bit more enjoyable than just playing poker, right? So, and you, me talking to the camera for a second there, I just timed out and accidentally folded two pair, but that's fine because it was pair of threes and twos. There's also a club flush on the board. Now there's going to be a 6-minute hand break at the end of this hand. Well, that's good. I can stop being tied down to the ball and chain of the poker tournament. So the thing is, of course, if somebody wanted to make that kind of claim or prediction or whatever, if they wanted it to maybe work, they need to look and see what my normal pattern of streaming is. If you look at my normal pattern of streaming, I often stream for many hours at a time. So during those many hours, I go through a variety of different people. Some of them come, leave, come back. Some of them just are here briefly, etc. What allows me to stream indefinitely is that I like to vocalize my experience of life, you know? It's about loyalty. This has nothing to do with. I will end the stream when I feel like ending the stream, whenever that is. If it happens to land on your scheduled time, then I'm sure you'll feel a great deal of satisfaction about that. But you seem to be not hearing me. I've been live streaming since YouTube initiated live streaming, and I've been YouTubing before that for a long time. Why? Because I've always got plenty of things to say. I don't need you to be interested in talking. That's not to say that you haven't been interesting. You have, sort of, mostly, but not unusually so. I mean, I do like this little like ticking clock power play thing you're attempting here. I think that's kind of funny, but I've heard it all. I've seen it all. Crap, those cheeks. You remind me of one movie. Johnny, you have to ask Axe. Okay, fine. I have 2 minutes and 45 seconds of break left. I will watch you for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I think I might, if I bust out of this tournament. It's a $1 tournament, so it's hard to care a ton about it, but I bust out of the turn, I think I might go outside and look at the concrete that I poured today. And I could even conceivably pour another bucket of concrete or two. Since I shouldn't really have to do any more digging, I did a lot of dig prep earlier. I won't even get all sweaty and filthy again. Oh yes, what a Mr. Kitty you are. You're getting a super calm, aren't you? Yes. I'm getting all these nasty hairs off of you.
You could be a lizard too. Yeah.
Excuse me. Acacia's got osteoporosis. She's gonna break all her bones.
Oh, I thought you said bones.
No, bones. She doesn't really have osteoporosis. She's got osteo something else. The world of social justice was completely different just a few decades ago. That's true. I'll tell you what else was completely different just a few decades ago. America. Oh, and the world. When I was a boy, we talked to each other via carrier pigeon. These smartphones, who knows what anything means? Osteomalacia. When I was a young warthog. Back when I was just a wart piglet, I learned some important lessons from my warthog mother and father. They said, look, you're a warthog. You're not going to win any beauty contests. But, on the plus side, you can gore the shit out of people. I took that to heart. And that's how I've lived my life ever since. They're pretty much gone now, thankfully, the K folks. Who are the K folks? The warthog trend is terrifying everybody, yeah. Giant warthogs used to be the dominant species walking the earth. Really? I think it was actually blue whales. Back before they evolved into whales and they were walking around on Earth. I don't know if you guys remember that period. It's not well documented in the fossil record, but obviously to evolve into whales, whales had to start off as giant land whales. So, you know, they ate things like birds and trees and other land creatures. I'll fold that. I have an idea for a story that I'd want to read but not write, that one of you all should write. What's your idea for a story? Two chickens and a golden retriever set off late one night to have A middle of the night breakfast at Waffle House. Is that the premise? I like that premise. I think it's a good premise. Aliens come to Earth from all over the universe to compete in Mr. and Mrs. Universe competitions because they think it's unfair that all the winners have been human so far. That's a good idea in this stage. I like it. South Park did it. Simpsons did it. Well, I haven't seen it, but I like the idea. No, South Park, I think, had a biggest douche in the universe contest. The juicy ends and the pizza who shits ice cream. It does sound like a good episode. All right. Let's see what happens. Fine. Let's see what happens. Ace Queen, you scoundrel. Now I only have 5 big blinds left. That's fine. When I'm done with the big blinds, then I can go outside and we can look at the pond a bit and discuss our pond options. I've been sneezing up a storm because I've been getting all this dust in my nose. When you dig a hole, careful how you breathe, or you're gonna get some dust up your sleeves. I got clay dust up in my nose. That's why I got to sneeze and make it blows. Blow in my nose. It's a wonderful time. Everybody gather round and give a sign. Says, hey Eric, we like how you blow your nose. Could you show me the way to do one of those? All right. What's that? Who now? All right. What's that? What you talking about? What you talking about? I don't understand what you are talking about. All right. Let's go. Come along now. Oh no. All right. Let's go. Come along now. All right. Let's go. First, I'll go in the line. I'll go first. You follow behind. Then we'll walk over there. And then we'll be on our way where? I don't know yet. We'll find out as we go along. Oh, look, we're in Dayton, Ohio. I bet you thought you were dating Mamayo, but you're not dating anyone. We're in Dayton, Ohio. That's it, son. It's Dayton, Ohio. I love Dayton. It's Dayton, Ohio. The hip hoppiest town in all the world. Nothing more hippie hoppy than Dayton, Ohio. Everybody knows that hip hop originates in Dayton, Ohio. You had your formative rappers there like Delta Blues Jack and Delta Blues Square and everybody who rapped in the olden days. Back in 1852, Dayton, Ohio, that was the place to do the rapping stuff that you did. They invented it back then, kid, in Dayton. And they're still the masters of the art form to this day. Dayton, Dayton, Ohio. Dayton, Dayton, Ohio. I love Ohio and Dayton, Ohio. That's just trouble with tribbles. Trouble with tribbles, huh? I mean, I like the idea of the aliens sending down representatives to file a lawsuit against the Mr. and Mrs. Universe contests on the grounds that it's false advertising. Read the comments, buddy. We are your friends. Hello, Eric. I am reading the comments, buddy. I'm reading them with my reading eyes. But I think we both know that alarming trends are terrifying us all. As they should. You sure are. That's why they call you Slim Shady. Uh-oh. 9 me. 8 me. Oh, okay. Well, now I busted out of that $1 tournament. And I'm not sad about that. I was ready to stop playing poker. Leave. Yeah and pew. Exit game. I will in a second. So we're going to go outside in a minute or two here. We're going to look at the pond. We may pour another bag of concrete. Maybe even 2. Who knows? My wrist a little sore. I'm feeling a little, I guess you would say, beat up from doing a fair amount of manual labor lately. I'm looking different, but I can't figure out. Is it because I'm wearing a black shirt? Maybe that's why. Makes me blend into the couch better. You might have be under the impression that I've taken on some chameleon-esque skills or something. No, I'm just wearing a black shirt. No, just as my way of saying, hello, life. Good morning to you. Others find fluffiness disgusting. Who finds fluffiness disgusting? Oh, you mean the aliens? Well, I think they should file a lawsuit saying that that they already own the copyright or the trademark to Mr. and Miss Universe. That they've been holding the pageants for hundreds of years longer than Earthlings have. And that they are owed damages totaling all the money that those pageants have earned over the years. Obviously, at first, they're told they don't have any standing to sue in the United States. But then one of the lawyers for the aliens, he finds in a very obscure old law journal precedent related to extraterrestrials having standing dating back to the time when Sacagawea came from outer space. You're going on a trip soon, tomorrow actually. Well, I hope you have a good trip. And may all your voyages be motion sick free. Because that's what I don't like about going on a trip is it's a lot of jostling. Do I really need to be jostled around? I mean, it's better than in the old days when you had to go in a horse-drawn carriage I think horse-drawn carriages were even worse for motion sickness than cars are. Because I don't think they had really very good suspension on horse-drawn carriages, for one thing. And I don't think the roads were as consistent. And frankly, I have a hard time believing a horse drew that carriage. They don't even have fingers. Okay, we're going to pull another one of these bone rips. In the spirit of brotherhood and goodwill to man, we shall pull another bone rip. There we go. I mean, it looks a lot like extroverted intuition in the first slot in terms of being facile with it. But the difference is for INTPs, INFPs, it's an instrumental value. So, but it's also their tool function. In other words, it's more important for them to make a determination about something. And the ideation helps them to make more carefully parsed determinations. That's why any tool comes along with NI counter value. Because if you know something holistically, then you've not determined it. 2 more likes is 30. Come on, says Jack. Well, thanks for encouraging people, Jack. So, in some sense, any tool is even more extroverted intuition than any DOM because your tool function, you have mastery of it at the cost of the other form of that function. So for me, I have mastery of TI at the expense of FI, which means in some sense I'm more purely TI than the TI DOM would be because they have a more inclusive relationship with the other kind of that function. I mean, the bottom line is your dominant function is how you be or who you are. Your tool function is how you do or how you be you. So the thing about having something as a tool function is you tend to overuse it. That's the how it plays out when you don't have when you have like say anything as a tool function and the other one is a blind spot. And INTP is going to recognize that a comprehensive deliberation of a matter requires them to pay attention in some extent, unconsciously or whatever, to their own interests as well as what's correct or fair. So they have more of a complete mastery of the deliberation function and therefore are less reflexively a slave to using TI. Whereas they're more reflexively a slave to using extroverted intuition. I know when not to use it. Well, I watered the plants again today. Let's plenty of water, and I give them more fertilizer. I wanted to see if there's any sign of burn on it or anything. They look really quite healthy. Big, beautiful, burgeoning bushes. I want to get my glasses. So this one down here is really starting to bud quite a bit already. But I can't really see it without my glasses. Maybe if I turn this around and zoom in, I can see it. And see the little hairs on it, huh? Yeah, it's really starting to bud. The rest of them, they basically look like they're at the last stages of vegetative. But this one has clearly already started budding. So might be done end August, beginning of September. It's nice to have one come in early because then you don't get sticky fingers with the other ones. Get something to tide you over, you know. You just put it in the dirt and water it. Well, I did dig up the dirt that's naturally here, which is this very heavy clay that's not good growing things in. And I poured into the trough that I dug a bunch of steer manure blend. So it's not growing in just the regular ground dirt. It's growing in potting soil, basically. And I fertilized it as well. And the key advantage of using steer manure blend is a drainage one. You want to get the water to go down deep so that the roots go down deep and it can support a bigger plant and it grows bigger, etc. And if you plant it in heavy rocky dirt like this clay we have around here, it doesn't work out very well. Last year I first planted in mostly just the ground, but I had like 5 or 6 plants. I don't remember what it was, and each one I planted, I was more attentive to setting it up well. So the one at the end was very robust, and the ones down here were kind of flimsy. But everything looks like it's thriving, doing well, enjoying its time in the sun. In this, it's golden summer years. It's weeds an annual, you know, these are the best times of its life right now. It's really living it up. I think it's fair to say it's the best times of my life, too. I mean, sure, I had plenty of fun back in the day when I was a practicing meth addict, but that was a little bit crazy fun. Like, if I tried to have that kind of fun nowadays, I just feel out of control and not pleased with myself. I need more purchase on my SI stuff than I used to. Okay, so here's my coffee. This beer still has beer in it. Let me drink some of this. Show media, we never did math together. That's silly. It's a little mosquito laden outside at the moment, so I may hold off on that. I don't think it's a good time to go on there. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Eric.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Who is we is right. Are you going to service that furnace? What furnace?
Yeah.
I don't know what furnace you're talking about. I mean, show media, the thing is, personally, I'm not interested at all in trying to find, slivers of uncertainty and then wiggling that back and forth in an attempt to make this question endlessly an open one. I believe that typing should resolve that, right? You don't want to have your type resolved, and I don't know why that's the case, but that doesn't mean I want to play that game. I definitely don't. Fix the generator? The generator's working fine. It doesn't have any problem. We used it like less than a month ago when the power was out when they were replacing the pole. Just the flame sensor. For what? I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Anyway, right now we have the air conditioning on. We don't need any furnace. Everything's working fine around here. We did briefly, or for slow boiled up for a while, a problem with low water pressure. But when I went to Vegas with Rachel and I went to Vegas, the water pressure in the shower there was an eye opener, and I was like, oh shit, I need to change that water filter because we have a whole house water filter. And I did, and now all of a sudden our water pressure is like 1,000,000 times better. So, I wasn't talking to you, Kim, about that. I was talking to Show Media about that. He's the one who likes to have a typing open question. Like, if I've typed you something and you come back and say, I think I'm not that type, and get typed again, and I tell you the same thing the second time, but if you want to push on the question of, is it possible that I'm an INFJ? Well, I don't really have a definitive SI polar test, so the TE polar test should be definitive, but if you're going to push a TI deliberator to state whether there's any sliver of possibility that something could be different, I mean, you're going to say, well, I guess it's possible, but the point is, you're the type I said you were, and you are the type I said you were, and you still are the type I said you were. And you could ask other people who are more wrong than me for a second opinion, and get more uncertain because, of course, there's no way that somebody who's more wrong than me could possibly help you to nail down your type better. Especially since I typed you more than once. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you except you're addicted to uncertainty. The thing is, I don't even remember typing him particularly, but apparently I typed him ENFJ already twice. And he showed me a clip of me, hey, Trouble, don't even think about it. He showed me a clip of me conceding that there's some possibility that I guess he might be an INFJ, as though, see, it's an open question. Well, it's clear that he wanted to determine if there's any possible sliver of question in the thing because he didn't want the answer. Well, show media, I don't know what to tell you, man. Except that there there are two questions that I find extraordinarily boring, painfully boring. One, what should we do about the Palestinians and the Israelis? And two, what's show media's type? I could not care less. I don't care. I don't know what that clip said, and I don't care what it said. All I know is that having typed you twice, the subject of your type should never come up again. And like going and seeing what Spacey has to say about it, I mean, oh God. It's like, oh, okay. I'm going to make sure I get a balanced perspective on this issue by reading legitimate sources and also by reading complete make-believe hooey. That way, I'll have more variety of exclusive bullshits to provide even more confusion. I don't know what your pronouns are. I don't care either. Nobody has pronouns. Pronouns have them. Like, I don't have a pronoun of he, him. Others have pronouns for me. I don't ever refer to myself as he, him. And they have pronouns based on their perceptions, not mine. Well, I mean, the thing is, I had no problem typing people with Spacey because I was driving that bus and things were being done properly. When he had a little tantrum over whatever, all that crap that went down, then he felt the need to overtly reject the right way of doing things in favor of some other bullshit way that didn't require actual substantiation of anything. Why? I don't know why he did that. I don't know. That's fine. It doesn't bother me that she hates those sessions. I mean, I think um, I'm better at typing people now than I ever have been. But, you know, it's not been a steady getting better. It was like, what, and then very gradually get a little bit better. I'm better now because I think I think it's just a matter of I've seen all the different ways that I've seen TE polar play out in so many different particular instances, for example. TI polar play out in so many different particular instances. So that it gets a little easier to nail things down. You say Spacey got in the way of your cognitive understanding and development? Spacey didn't impact my understanding of cognitive functions at all. He was, for some such time, learning to do it my way correctly, and then thereafter deviating from that. He had no um, he had no impact on my understanding of cognitive functions at all. So yeah, that's silly. I mean, I wasn't in tight with him for very long. It's important to remember that he represents a somebody who was active in the chat and maybe in the raw rooms and stuff, but that was it until he came out to Kim's house, and that was just like the June before Kim and I split up, and then Spacey was gone and out of the picture within maybe 4 months total. I mean, the thing is, I wasn't trying to like make it so that he couldn't type people without me. I was just saying, if you're typing people with me, we're doing it my way because I know what I'm doing. Hi, Mina. Welcome back. Mina Badress is back, everybody. Everybody say Mina because it makes her life shine with glory. I already have begun playing it, Winston's mom. Well, I mean, talking to fans people, Kim has a long history of different periods of time with different groups of people being center to the activity around here, and we had TWFP summer camp where quite a few people came to Los Angeles to Laverne and stayed with us at our house, and a lot of drama went down. I think Joyce Mang is a very nice lady. Well, I wouldn't say it was needless, but when you invite a bunch of people that you basically have an open invitation to come to this thing, if you're around the channel, you're going to get some people who aren't necessarily healthy, good people across the board. So Becky, one of the people who made it out, she turned out to be, I think, I don't know what label you want to give for her, but not a good person. And Spacey turned out to be not bad, but also unable to be objective about the situation, what was going on, etc. Becky kind of drove a wedge in the community for a bit, as did Kimberly, as various parties sided with Becky and or Kimberly, etc. No, we just sang stuff that I wrote. He sang stuff that I wrote. Yeah, Kimberly was my ex, but she was toxic. She had BPD. Becky was some kind of toxic. Spacey wasn't toxic, but he he was troubled in some ways. I don't know what to say about that. And then we had perfectly nice normal people like Susie and Abraham. Well, there was a fissure regarding Becky because I was calling her out on some shit and she didn't like it, and then she did a pretty good job of convincing a lot of people that I was somehow at fault until she fucked up eventually, and then everybody realized what a scumbag she was. Oh, well, she wasn't really Kim. She was Kimberly. You're Kim, so. So anyway, Kimberly also had half the community convinced that the difficulties in our relationship was my problem. The thing is, it's very clear to me now in the aftermath of this, as it was then too. I was clear about it then that this was her fault. She was the one who was behaving unacceptably, not being a good relationship partner, you know? And it's also understandable how a lot of people might say, well, this is a he said, she said thing. They're both to blame, I'm sure, etc. Because not everybody's going to be able to spot toxicity. And I had trouble coming to understand in full what was going on, because at first I just thought, oh wow, she's got some bad relationship habits. Um, but it took me a while to realize, oh, she's like fucked up and she'll never be, she'll never be cool. Yeah. So, but for as long as we were together, half the community was siding with her and believing I was the problem. I think my relationship with Rachel has proved without any shadow of a doubt that I am not a conflict person, right? I don't like to fight in my relationship. I'm not one to start shit just for the sake of conflict. But that woman, she she knew how to make me mad, that's for sure. The thing is, what she did just as a MO, matter of course, was she she did not listen to me. She would not respond to what I said. She just would not listen to me. And it drove me completely insane. I don't doubt that you're right. Like, probably that's the case. But also, I was a less serious person then. You know, the the most the most maturing thing that ever happened to me was the death of my parents. Prior to that, I was kind of all over the place. So, and I mean, after that, I was all over the place for quite some time too. But since I kind of reached the sunset date of my mourning period slash depression, I feel very healthy and I'm pretty well balanced. And he was I thought he was an INTP, but I think now he was an INFP, but I'm not sure. Because he sure moved away from TI personability, but who knows? I would suggest that people should have more faith in Isaiah Rude's typing, but also keep in mind that Isaiah Rude's still going to be looking to differentiate what he's doing from what I'm doing somewhat. He's going to try to incorporate his own ideas because he is an ENTP after all. In this instance, it's not conducive to being more correct, though. I don't know. I always thought he was an INTP and I had no question about it, but the way he handled that whole thing was not very TI Dom. Because it's like, objectively, there wasn't anything to blame me for or complain about, really. Well, right, show media. I mean, you're continuing to describe the problem. You don't want an answer, or you want that answer. You want to be an INFJ, or you don't want to have um, or you don't want to have your type determined. One of the two things. Otherwise, you would accept the typing that I typed to you first of all, in the first place. Unless there was something specifically problematic about it. So, from now on, as far as I'm concerned, you are an ISTJ. That was your original typing of yourself? Okay, well, if you were going to be satisfied with yourself typing as INFJ, why did you ask anybody else to type you at all? And if you wanted to be typed accurately, then why bother getting less accurate people to type you after I've typed you? There you have it. To see if anything holds up. Well, the thing is, I'm not as extroverted as one might conclude from me being, for me live streaming all the time. I mean, it is true that I don't know what I was saying. Well, oh, it is true that when I'm live streaming, I'm extroverting. But I guess, like when I'm working on the pond and stuff, that's extroverting too, just in a different way. Sometimes I am introverting, that is to say, just watching TV. And in an ideal world, I'm captivated by the thing I'm watching. But you need to pack, you really don't want to. Well, just get a big duffel bag and throw everything into the duffel bag. Don't even fold it, don't do anything like that. Just toss random shit into the bag. It's good to bring one extra sock in case you get one of the first 6 socks dirty or torn or something. You'll have a replacement, a substitute sock. But before you go on your trip, Kim, I want to remind you of something important. There ain't no cure for the summertime blues. So make sure you don't catch that on your trip. I believe it is mosquito-borne. I don't want you to come back from your trip and enter the live chat and be like, I got some bad news, guys. I've got the summertime blues. You got the morbs. Exactly. Yeah. It was one of the worst diseases you could get in Victorian age was the morbs. You get the morbs, you get dropsy, you get hysteria, and all of them were cured by being masturbated by a doctor. Dr. Larson? Yes, Mrs. Henderson. What's going on? I've got the morbs again. Again? And hysteria. Very well. Let me get my Hysterian 3000, a device I've invented to cure women of their hysteria. All right, I think I'm gonna get some glasses. You know what? Let's get a couple of things. Let's get some socks. Let's get some shoes. Let's get some glasses. And let's get vaccinated for the summertime blues. Unlike COVID, they have a vaccine for the summertime blues. It's not just in name only. I think Rachel's asleep. She's using her little eyes to sleep. What an adorable little princess angel. Eric, I think I mistyped my husband. What did you have him typed as? I forget what you said. ESTJ? Well, in the very short amount I listened to him, he sounded kind of, maybe, well, I don't know. I really don't know. But He seemed kind of dorky, right? He had kind of a alpha quadra vibe. But it's kind of like it's sort of extroverted intuition kind of dorkiness, right? Seems that way to me. But if he were to be in alpha quadra, and that's just a totally unreliable gut instinct on hearing him talk in the background for a little bit. If he were to be alpha quadra, and let's say he is extroverted, then he would be either ESFP or ENTP. But alpha quadra also includes INTP and ISFJ. I don't know though. I'd have to type him. He did a great job with the troll question. I was impressed. Not very often people just nail the answer like that. For those of you who have heard me ask it before, you know, I get some crazy non-answers to that question. People are very willing to not solve the problem. She took what hard? Oh, being typed ESTJ? Well, you know, I try not to talk shit about any given type, mostly. But I'm human. When I was dealing a lot with my ESTJ dad, I tended to be more aware of some of the less lovable qualities of ESTJs. Well, ESFP, ENTP, I guess they can look a little bit alike because they're both action, then deliberation. Typically, ENTPs and ESFPs can work together well if they're working together towards a shared goal that's clearly articulated. Otherwise, they're like oil and water. Well, the precise definition of the cognitive functions, I mean, if you want to break it down to the most operationalized definition of it, you'd say one pays attention by either putting information out in the world, getting information, like seeking specific information, receiving information, that's having information arrive at you unsought after, and then lastly, figuring out either social systems, people, or like real world problems and solutions. So, thing to remember about cognitive functions then is you can sum them up as put, get, receive, interface. The action functions, they put. So I can take action with extroverted intuition where I'm putting information with words. I can take action with extroverted sensing where I'm digging a hole, putting information with a shovel. Those are the action functions. For the deliberation functions, I can get information by asking questions like, how do you define this? That's introverted thinking, trying to make the language be more effective at doing work. Or I could get more information with my own feelings. Like, I need to sit with my feelings and see how I really feel about this kind of thing. I'm not exactly sure how that works because that's my blind spot. But you could also receive information. That's like when you're on the internet and there's an ad pop up. You didn't seek that information, you didn't get it, but you received it nevertheless. That's your knowing functions. You can know with your intuition. You just receive from somewhere the realization that yeah. Or you could know from your experience. This has happened before. I know where this is going. I've seen this play out plenty of times before. Either way, you're receiving that knowledge. You're not deliberating about it. In other words, you're not getting information. You're just, you know it all of a sudden, right? So, and lastly, there are the interface functions, which involve extroverted feeling, say, reading the room, knowing how something plays, and extroverted thinking, which means figuring out how to ordinate out a set of steps to go from yeah to a solution, from A to goal. So it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot to keep track of, but it's not that much because there are 4 different ways of paying attention, each of which has a communicative expression and an experiential expression. There are 4 different fields upon which attention may be paid. External metaphysical, that's word stuff like this. External physical, that's the real world, like this lamb. Internal physical, that's my stomach aches, kind of stuff. And internal metaphysical, that's in your mind when you're not talking out loud. I don't slam doors because you know why? It shortens the life of your door. You can potentially crack your door frame. And there's no reason to be aggressively manhandling portal ways. I think portals should be treated with discretion, gentleness, mindfulness. One should be mindful about manhandling one's portals. Why you sound like a Democrat? Well, that would depend on what metric you're using to determine whether or not someone sounds like a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat, but why I sound like one depends on what criterion you're using to say someone sounds like a Democrat. If you think it's because I look more like a donkey and less like an elephant, then that's fair. Bitching 24/24? Who's bitching about what? Personally, I am enjoying the fuck out of this random Wednesday evening. So, I got nothing to bitch about. It's all good, Levi. Well, I'm glad you're absorbing it. Would you say you're more or less absorbent than Bounty? I'm deeply disappointed in this channel, says John Stewart. Wow, thank you. I didn't know I affected that much of an impact on you emotionally. You must have had outrageously overwrought expectations, I guess, to be so deeply disappointed. Hey, we talked about this. I'm very disappointed in you. Hi, Jeff Robinson. Are you also very disappointed in me? Well, you know, it's like they might be giants, though. If it wasn't for disappointment, I wouldn't have any appointments. You know, that would be so sad. How dare I, indeed. Okay. All right, maybe I can backpedal and say that they were wrought at the correct amount, neither under nor overwrought. You have a poor self-image? I'm sorry to hear that. I want you to know something, Show me. If you ask me, I think you're beautiful. 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 But you're not even anywhere near Notre Dame. What is this stream about? This stream is about you. It's about me. It's about what it means to be a human being in this crazy mixed up world we call home. It's about what's inside here. Not here, not down here, right here in your heart. Where the authentic you lives, Jeff Robinson. I'm what you might call a heart coach. It's like a life coach, but what I do is I help you get in touch with your real heart deep inside your chest. Thanks, Hero Lamb. It's got a jet plane on it. A fighter jet. And let me just start by telling you this, everybody. You are beautiful. You are wonderful. And I love you. Not the FE voice. In your small clip, you're very forceful and directive with Eric's show. Come on, it is about the downstairs mostly, life. Is it about downstairs? Oh, you see what you're talking about. You're talking about between your legs downstairs. I thought you meant the first floor downstairs. I was going to say, yeah, it really is almost entirely about downstairs for me because I rarely go upstairs. When I do, it's usually to maybe do a little cleaning up there or something. But basically, yeah, I never go up there. I'm more likely to go in the attic than I am to go upstairs. I have an issue with self-worth. Sometimes I believe I'm less than. You are not alone in those feelings / thoughts. I went through a period of time when I was very much talking shit to myself all the time. Negative self-talk. And I'm not so, I mostly stopped it now. But I had to think of myself as a little kid and imagine that I was berating a little kid like I was berating myself. Because, in some extent, it's an accurate metaphor. I have a very childlike, weak, defenseless relationship with my feelings. I heard about that, or I read a headline about that once in a while about this Gen Z stare that I guess old people don't like. I don't know. Older people. I didn't like that Rachel was there either. I wanted it to just be me and Eric. Well, You know, too bad. Rachel comes with the territory if and when she feels like it. That's just how it is. I think you can say something about SE and FE and their valued or countervalued positions with this information. I can't think of an example when I've noticed that stare. I thought I was so good with feelings, including my own. Well, Kim, I think that you're better with your own feelings than you are with your own body. Slash memories. So, comparatively, maybe you're better with your own feelings than you are with other subjective data. But you're not good with either subjective data. You're much more concerned with what other people think and whether or not you're impacting them negatively and playing defense around that stuff, etc. Which is perfectly normal for FE tool. They're saying like you shouldn't care too much about what other people think. That's just ontological assault done by FI people on FE people. I care what you think, everybody. You know why? Because I try hard to be this cool. It's important to me that you think I'm cool. And that's fine. Why do I do YouTube? Because I like the attention. Why do I like the attention? Because I'm FE third. I'm like a little kid. Hey, look at me, everybody. I'm doing something. Look at me. Fortunately, I'm with an INFJ, my beloved wife Rachel, who has FE tools, so she's better at it than I am, but it's not an absolute value for her. Accordingly, she's not going to die of cringing every time I make a social mistake. Whereas it might be the case the other way around if she had worse FE than me. A Barbie? I wouldn't want to date a Barbie because I wouldn't want any woman I'm with to wear high heels. It's not good for your feet. My grandma's feet. She spent the last 10, 15 years of her life with her feet in agony every night. They were all like crunched up like this. Why? Because she was from back in the day where if a woman wanted to be dressed up looking, she had to wear high heels. My grandmother was the first woman pharmacist in the state of Arizona. So you can imagine you're not going to be the first woman pharmacist in the state of Arizona unless you got some high heels on, bitch. Anyway, I saw it. It's like she was, her feet were horrible. She was in a lot of pain. Of course, she dealt with the pain. She was a pharmacist, right? So she dealt with the pain by taking a bunch of Percodan. Percocet? Whatever it's called. My parents found this big ass bottle of them after she died. Rules were a little bit more haphazard back in the day, I'm sure, regarding these scheduled drugs and such. She'd soak her feet in hot water and Epsom salts. She had this. It was specifically a foot soaker. This piece of plastic thing that it was made to soak your feet in. She'd sit in her chair. We'd watch the Family Feud. She'd soak her feet. Horrible. It was like she was from China with the bound feet or something. They were all horrible. So, ladies out there, also participants in the RuPaul's Drag Race, I've got a message for you. Kick those high heels to the curb. They're only going to cause you pain and suffering in your old age. Your feet are not meant to walk in shoes like that. They make no sense. Who knows how they ever came into being? I do not know. I would recommend a comfortable pair of sneakers, or perhaps some nice flip-flops with socks, as per what I am wearing currently. Take a look. Doesn't this look comfortable? It is comfortable. It's safe, it's sane, it's comfortable. Maybe instead of having anti-smoking public service announcements, they should have anti-high heels public service announcements. This is your foot on heels. I'm going to show a picture of my grandma's warped claw foot. Leather belongs on a man's foot. Well, yeah, the RuPaul's Drag Race, it had quite a presence in the hotel we were staying in. I walked past its merchandise shop because it had its own merch shop. Like one of the shirts was this like shirt that was kind of cut diagonal, I think. It said Shantae on it. One of them said work it with an E for the O in work. Another one said sissy that walk. That's when I realized these people aren't doing anything. They're just walking around like ladies. I mean, how is this a skill? How do you do a better or worse job of walking? Like pretending to be a woman. I just don't get it. I'm fierce. And they're like, that's great. You did a great job of that. That's not a thing you can even do a good or bad job of. Honey, believe it. The whole thing baffles me. I do not get this. They're not transgender people, right? They're just regular dudes, presumably gay, but they like to dress up as not just any women, but specifically this archetype of thing called a drag queen, which is like, it's like if a man decided to dress up like a woman and become 10 times more annoying than normal, then that's the thing that they're competing at. Who would want to go see a drag show? Is that what it's called? And what is it? They just walk around in their dresses. Like, oh, what is up with that? Why? I've never watched it. That's true, Fly Guy. You're fair to critique me for for talking shit about something that I've not watched. I'm asking questions about it. Like, I'm currently at one, pal. You're currently at a drag thing? To Wong Fu, Love Julie Newmar, fantastic movie about drag queens. Like I said, I don't really know anything about it, but they had it at the Flamingo. It was like one of the shows in the Vegas hotel, and there was a merchandise shop that I walked past every day that was filled with nothing but merchandise that was themed for the RuPaul's Drag Race. And I had saw multiple signs for the show, you know, so it's on my mind, obviously. Well, I mean, I get that, like, okay, they want to dress up like that and stuff. But isn't the RuPaul's Drag Race like a competition where one of them gets eliminated each week? No, I think the same thing about America's Next Top Model. I think that also is ridiculous because it's not, it's like they're not doing anything differently from each other. It's just you think that one looks better or this one does. It's just completely. I don't dislike fashion. I dislike the idea of walking down the runway as being some kind of competition that you can be better or worse at. You're just walking down the runway. So really, they said, America's Next Top Model, we're going to pick the person we think is the most attractive person, but we're going to eliminate one per week just to make it super slow. Then that'll be fine. But pretend that there's some skill involved with it. It's ridiculous. Eric today is looking smashing in his black shirt and blue Kansas sweatpants. While Eric's not a fan of the Jayhawks, his ass sure is. You can buy these sweatpants for $699 at Hilfiger. Hollister, I mean. What do you guys think? Can I be on America's Next Top Model now? I could, because I can walk too. I just did fail the GUI test, that's true. But you know what? You don't have to be sober to walk down the, you don't have to be sober to walk down the catwalk. You just gotta have cat-like reflexes. Wow. Wow. That's how you do it. Forced adoption. No, I don't think it's okay. I think you should call, whatever, or talk to them or something. The idea of a baby suffering and being ignored is obviously troubling. It comprises neglect and abuse and should not be tolerated by any decent person. The end. Here's my cat. Meow, meow, meow. A couple of silver spoons. You are my cat. Too bad about that. But you're so cute. And I love you. Together. Me and the stupid cat. He's gonna live like 30 years, this cat. And just get more and more terrible as the years go on. Oh yes, Mr. Kitty, you're a silly boy. You're as terrible as the Spanish flu. Did you know that? Yes. Oh, this is looking like some strong coffee. I may have over-strongified this coffee. But let's have a little bit of it doesn't that look good? It does, doesn't it? All right, Kim, have fun on your trip. I hope that she and all of us, if we're going anyplace anytime soon, have planned to travel by hot air balloon. Zeppelin is an acceptable second choice. These days, everyone's always rush, rush, rush. I gotta get to the East Coast in just a few hours. Maybe say 5 hours. But I say, relax. Enjoy a cup of coffee. Take your time traveling from Los Angeles to New York City by way of hot air balloon. Just find the prevailing wind that is going exactly where you want to go. Just hot air yourself aloft and ride the breezes all the way home. You'll need to pack a good amount of food with you on your hot air balloon, because it's probably going to take you, let's see, how long will it take you to fly to New York by a hot air balloon? I'm going to say 6 days. I'm going to say it's going to take you 6 days to get from Los Angeles to New York City by a hot air balloon. And why did I conclude that? Well, it would take you a minimum of 3 days or so to drive it. Pancakes or waffles? Can I throw a curveball and choose French toast? Right now, I'm going to indulge in some sugar. I've been doing a very good job of consuming a lot less sugar than I was before, but I'm going to have one of these things that's called, you can tell by the name that it's got a lot of sugar in it, Decadent Lemon Bar. This Decadent Lemon Bar is going to go fantastic with this coffee. That's why I just have to do it. This is gonna be like, I'm gonna feel like Pedro feasting on the hills of the Colombian coffee farm. I mean, his limonado, as they call it in Colombia, with his cafe. Well, that's a decadent lemon bar. Can you feel the decadence? When the commies, the old Soviets, they condemned us Americans for our decadence, they were talking about lemon bars like these. And you know that there is more flavor in one of these decadent lemon bars than in 1,000 Soviet lemon bars combined? It's true. That's what you do in your coffee? Don't do that in your coffee. That's gross, man. Definitely don't do it in my coffee. Whatever it is. That is the lemony decadence of decadent lemon bar. I have one of them and it's just like, wow, it's heavy. There's quite a sugar rush, actually. A lot of sugar in that. I haven't had really any sugar for a while. Hot air balloons' average speed is 10 miles an hour? That is stunningly slow. I mean, I was thinking they wouldn't go very fast, but 10 miles an hour? That's terrible. It's better than walking, but not that much better than walking. You know, a standard kind of slow walk is 3 miles an hour. So, be generous, call it 4 times faster than walking. That's not that fast. Challenge accepted. All I need to do is run a thin wire atop between two very tall poles, one in Los Angeles, one in New York. And then I can just put a circle around that and it'll keep me close. I wonder if there's any way you could travel from West Coast to East Coast along a waterway without having to get out of your boat. 394 kilometers per hour is how fast a hot air balloon can go. That seems, I mean, it would have to be in like hurricane conditions, I guess. You don't need to refuel. You could have a helicopter airlift you in some new fuel. Hi, Fish Shield. Ciao, Bella, as they say in Italy. I mean, normally they say that to women, but I don't know what the equivalent is for men. Oh. I'm pretty tired.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. To travel by boat from the west coast to the east coast of the U.S., you need to sail around the southern tip of South America through the Panama Canal, or potentially across the Arctic, though this is challenging and seasonal. The most common practical route is through the Panama Canal. I just want to go by riverway. We can start in Oregon on the Rogue River and head east and find another river and yeah. Well, unfortunately, Sawfish Shield, nowadays Panama owns it. We used to own it, and then the Panamanians were like, hey, this is our country. And we're like, just shut up, Panama. Just let us have the canal. You don't even know what to do with it. Oh, see, we know what to do with the canal. So that's the story of the Panama Canal. The Panamanians wanted to have their own canal. You didn't even build it, Panama. Anyway, there's another bigger canal that's coming around. What balloon? I don't have any balloon. No, we don't do NOS. We did a lot too much of that, so we don't do that anymore because we had some problems with that. Namely, it caused neuropathy, which is not desirable, needless to say. Yeah, we huffed the shit out of that stuff. The thing I remember about Panama, before America, they were just a jumble of consonants and vowels. After America, they had Panama hats, they had bananas, and they had a canal. We made Panama what it is today. Do a Panamanian accent. Are you talking smack about Panama, senor? No, I'm not talking smack about Panama. I'm just pointing. You know the Panama hat was invented by a Panamanian. Lo siento, senor. There was a proposal to make a train crossing for ships across Tehuantepec Isthmus in Mexico. Look, things need to not be isthmuses. What is an isthmus anyway? How does it differ from a peninsula? And why so many S's and T's and stuff in that word? Isthmus. So the Panama Canal never had anything to do with the adult film industry? Well, not usually. But I think they should maybe have the plot of an adult film be as follows. Some leprechauns are taking a shipment of gold through the Panama Canal. But they don't have paperwork on it. They're trying to basically smuggle it. And they need to convince the lock operator to let them through the Panama Canal. Unfortunately for them, there are multiple locks you have to go through. So it could be called, sure, it could be called Panama Canal. It could be called How We Avoid a Trip Around the Cape of Good Hope. Did I just finish watching an adult film? I don't think so. Hickory Dickory Dock. Johnny Lee Miller as Cock. Was it Roosevelt of the Panama Canal? The Panama Canal. In a treaty signed in 1977, the United States said, fine, you can have your canal in 22 years. While the treaty still afforded the United States a permanent right to defend the canal from threats, it also stated the canal's operation should remain neutral to all countries in times of war or peace. You mean the pornography film about the leprechauns who have to fuck their way through the Panama Canal's various locks? Well, I think it braces out pretty much. The thing is, the lock operators know they're coming because it's the one boat that has the end of a rainbow landing on it. It's got like 12 or 15 or more even rainbows all conjoining down in one spot because they've got a whole boatload of leprechauns. For some Panamanians, Trump's desire for expansionism from the Panama Canal to Mars represents an explicit return of the imperialist framework that allowed the United States to create a government. To me, it makes me think that Trump believes you could take a boat through Panama to Mars. Probably if we get to Mars by boat, we just got to go through the Panama Canal. Mr. Cheeto Man. Who's Mr. Cheeto Man? Talking about that tiger and the Cheetos commercials? It's cheesy, baby. Or whatever he says. But one boat was attacked by Somali pirates. We would have already been to the moon and Mars via the Panama Canal if it weren't for those damn Somali pirates. Look, obviously, if you just keep floating that way, eventually you get to Mars, right? Obviously, if you just keep going that way, eventually, just get to the end and just go off to Mars. Just got to make sure that you put some space armor and stuff on the ship. That way, everybody can breathe and everything. Otherwise, the air will get at. I figure this should take no more than 5-6 hours. Is this the Alex Jones show? No, I'm not Alex Jones. I'm Eric Strauss. I'm a man filled with wisdom, insight, truth, knowledge, and goodwill towards man and woman. I'm also the guy with this great hat. I've gotten multiple compliments on it. Thank you for those of you who have done so. I got it at a thrift store. And it celebrates this airplane. It's called Fighting Falcon, I guess. Presumably it's an American fighter jet, but I don't really know. Fighting Falcon. Like that one dude who went kayaking with his wife to an alligator infested swamp. I'm sure things turned out well. Is that where you're going with this story? And then afterwards, they got back home and said, wow, that really was exciting. He probably knew what he was doing. I bet lots of people have this idea and it backfires on them. The F-16 Fighting Falcon is an American single-engine supersonic multi-role fighter aircraft under production by Lockheed Martin. Top five A's players of all time? Well, I mean, I have to put Ricky Henderson up there and uh, Mark McGuire. Um, I don't know. I haven't been an A's fan for very long. Maybe Raleigh Fingers. Maybe if you wanted to be silly, you might throw in Canseco into the mix, but I don't think he is of the same quality of player. On the current team, Brent Rooker is well into his second great season. He was an all-star last year, an all-star this year. Um, we've got a very exciting young crop of rookies, including Nick Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, Jacob Lopez, Denzel Clark, and that's all the rookies I can think of at the moment. Oh, well, Max Muncy. Hi, Tribal Chief. How's it going? What sort of tribal business are we taking care of today? Weren't PL commenting trying to get you to say it? Say what? Nick Kurtz? That's his name. I mean, what else am I going to say? That's the actual first baseman's actual name. He doesn't go by Nicholas either. He goes by Nick. No tribal business tonight. All right, cool. We can all relax. There's not going to be any inquisition. I probably don't have a whole lot more streaming in me. You do want kids? They're kind of a pain in the ass, you know. But also, it's good to have a wonderful daughter. I love her very much. She hasn't been a pain in the ass in a long time, but everyone can acknowledge you as their tribal chief, regardless of what tribe they're from. Our fellow Native American here, Firecrotch, might take exception with that. How? I'm Firecrotch. And you don't represent my tribal chief. I, as one of the First Nations women, I'm my own tribal chief. I am Firecrotch. Now put fire in my crotch And peace out. Thanks, Firecross. That was very eloquent of you. All right, let's go outside and look. Paul, let's bring the flashlight. Let's go take a gander. See what we see. Me? I don't remember ever having such a debate. What was I arguing? If I did, it would have been about no, I think I did. I was advocating a plan in the previous status quo in which the Supreme Court had the ruling that they had before, which has now been overturned. But I suspect that might have been I might have been debating somebody else's channel. They might have taken it down. Yeah, I don't know, man. Even if we could find it, it's not relevant anymore. If it's the debate I'm thinking, if it's the position, the set of positions or arguments that I'm thinking of, then it's not relevant anymore because the Supreme Court has overturned that previous decision, rendering all of my warrants useless. So that plan no longer has inherency. Because the barrier in the status quo that it was overcoming no longer exists. Yeah, I think it was T-jump maybe. I don't think it lasted very long because he didn't like the way that my plan and understanding the status quo revealed his own total lack of preparation to discuss the matter. I guess you could say revealed how woefully he was unprepared to discuss the matter with me. Which, it's not like I'm the world's biggest expert on everything, but it's just if I'm arguing a given position, I know enough to argue the position. I'm craving drugs bad, and I don't know why. You don't know why. Because you're fiending. That's why. There's no deeper reason than that, okay? People get feeny when they get feeny. Just like, every once in a while I'll really have a hankering for pineapple. Maybe I'll get some pineapple and I'll eat it, and then I don't need to eat pineapple again for quite a while, but then pretty soon, eventually, It's like, damn, I could use some pineapple. Just nature's way. It's the circle of life. Don't be afraid that pineapple will make you a lesser human being. Embrace your pineapple lust. There ain't nothing like a fresh cut into pineapple from Hawaii if it's just the right amount of freshness. Yo, yo, yo! I'm from MTV. I'd like to welcome you to Spring Break! America style. Welcome to Spring Break America style. I'm your host, Gordy. I'm Gordy. This is Bethany. What's up? Welcome to MTV Spring Break. We're just partying it up down here at the crib. We've got music playing, as you can hear. A lot of scantily clad young people dancing around. So, welcome. This is the It Spot. What do you mean I can't claim I'm MTV doing a spring break show in July? I hated those shows. Like, I remember when they came out on MTV with like Spring Break House or whatever. They'd just have two meatheads, a meathead chick and some meathead guy, just standing there. Nothing ever happened. Nothing interesting was ever said. It just showed kind of like the cool background of people dancing and stuff. This is a terrible television show, I remarked. And I was right. I was right as rain. MTV seems to me a cautionary tale, almost a tragic tale of a dream turned into sour cream. If you imagine starting with milk, there's a dream to make whipped cream, but they take too long to make it and then it just becomes sour cream. The dream was the dream that we all had was a dream of a million dreams. I forgot what I was talking about because I read a little methamphetamine, plenty of speed. Oh yeah, you're playing the guitar on the MTV, right? At some point, MTV was this idea that they were going to play music videos, and from now on, everybody who made a song would have a video that would go with it. This kind of like vision of a future that never materialized. And it didn't materialize not because it got replaced by YouTube and such, although YouTube did eventually fill that niche, but rather because MTV completely forsook playing music videos for reasons. I'm sure they had their reasons for doing it, but I just think that was a bad idea. Instead, they replaced it with a bunch of garbage like Real World 2, Real World 3, etc. And there was this weird like vacuum of time where there really weren't any music videos. There was music videos, and then there weren't because there just wasn't really any place that played them. And then now there are again because of YouTube. Like this is a music video right here. Look at me with your eyes. Listen with your ears. I've made this music video. I've been watching Piers Morgan and Censored. Imagine if Eric went on a panel, that would be great. That would be great. I mean, music videos still make a big difference, actually. I've noticed that the stuff that has better videos tends to do a little bit better sometimes than it ought to if it's not doesn't have a good video, you know. But music is not dead at all. There's lots of good music being made right now. Can't lie, I watched Real World and Road Rules. I forgot about Road Rules. But the thing is, of course, you were the right age for it. I was 14 years older than you when those things came out, so of course they didn't appeal to me. Well, I mean, you can find plenty of good music on YouTube. It's just people don't expect it to be played on. People don't expect their successful music to be played on the radio or on MTV or anything anymore. They just success is independent of those things. And you know, like I published some stuff not that long ago. Basically, these old things. And wasn't my best effort or anything, but I just kind of wanted to execute the process of publishing something. And sure enough, YouTube has communicated with the CD Baby publishing, and all the videos I have that have those songs in it are now non-monetizable because I guess CD Baby is claiming all the money for me over there. So I didn't anticipate that happening. Okay, well, so Pitch Shield, you're wrong about TikTok. It's a pretty great song. And Just Dance by Lady Gaga is not a bad song, but Lady Gaga is like almost good, you know? I mean, I'm not interested in how Kesha's voice was pitched. Irrelevant to me. I'm just evaluating the track on its merits. The Potato Chips song by Slim Guy Yard, Come On to My House by K-Star, Hey Boy, Hey Girl. By... What the hell is that? I can't read that. You want me to tell you a song you don't know? Sure. You can tell me a song you don't know. I don't know. My internet wigged out again. What is good music? Good music. Oh, That's a hard question to answer. But it's a quick heuristic. It's more or less the same thing as what I like. Bad music is stuff that I don't like. Yeah, there's lots of good music you can find on YouTube. I find new great songs on YouTube on the regular. Not all the time, but Rachel and I have recently been into listening to this song called Medicine by Dayglow. The song is actually a couple of years old, but I just found it recently. So, do you want to go outside or what? No? You're just playing Lord of the Foyer? Alright then, that's fine. You do that. Host Eric, what's on there? Vocal fry. I don't know what it is. I think it's like that. I think it's like Tiffany, yeah. I'm looking forward to Tiffany getting back into the family here. What are you meowing about now? Meow. Oh, silly boy. That's vocal fry. I'm demonstrating vocal fry. Always remember. I will always remember. I'm not sure I will be here when you get back, but I might be. I'm thinking about heading into bed right now, and maybe telling a wonderful bedtime story before going to sleep. Would you guys like that? You having trouble sleeping? You want a little Betty Bye story? Okay, I can do that for you. Sounds like Rachel's still awake, so shouldn't be too bothersome to her, hopefully. I was just like, whoop-ha. But then I got totally petted. I was just like, whoop-ha. That one's locked, that's fine. Alright. Because you guys have been such special little guys and girls, I'm going to tell you an exciting bedtime story. I guess it'll be about the two chickens and the golden retriever who, what were they going to go do? Well, I think what they try to do is they try to travel across the Panama Canal. They have a general disagreement about the reason to travel across the Panama Canal, of course. The dog believes his lost family can be found on the other side of the Panama Canal. The chickens just want to get to the other side.
I'm like so down for this bedtime story.
Oh, all right, cool. So, I think that was the entirety of the story, was that joke, though. Which, it was a get to the other side joke. It's pretty good, gets. That's about as good as a get to the other side joke can get, I think. Oh, oh. Look at us.
How cozy.
Aren't we comfy cozy?
We're like the Bernstein Bears.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Sarah?
No.
I just figured, should I turn on this because we're going to bed?
If you want to. Go for it.
Okay. I can see myself getting up and doing it, so I'll just do it now if you don't mind.
Not at all. And when you come back, you can turn off your light and we'll start the story.
Sounds good.
All right, good. Now we got the real spookiness factor that we need for a spooky bedtime story. Once upon a time, there was a university that was just near the California-Oregon border. It was called Northern California's Western Pacific University.
Wait, is that a real place?
No.
Okay.
NCWPU, as it was called. Anyway, they were the fighting crabs. That was their mascot. They did live near the ocean. The university was near the ocean. They sometimes went by Western Pacific University, sometimes by NCWP. Regardless, it was a fun university, and everybody was looking forward to the new school year. Summer was winding down, and some of the students were arriving back on campus, including this year's incoming sophomores. They had just finished their freshman year last year. The sophomore class of the Phi Beta Phi fraternity and the sophomore class of the Alpha Phi Alpha sorority. So, naturally, Steve, one of the main guys in the fraternity, said, he texted Lori. Lori, it's Steve. We got to talk about the sophomore search, as they call it. And Lori, in an unusual choice for her age group, decided to call him on the phone. And they had a phone conversation. It went a little something like this. Well, Lori, it's up to you and me. We're the leaders of our respective classes and our respective brother and sisterhood organizations. And as you know, there's a tradition that the sophomores in our respective fraternity and sorority take a trip together on a scavenger hunt up to Murder Lake. Yes, I'm well aware of this. And I know that both I, Lori, and my many sorority brethren or sisters of the sophomore class are all looking forward to this. We heard so many great things from our junior and senior sister friends. And so Steve and Lori worked out the details about what weekend they were going to go, and they put up this flyer and the sign-up sheet. And well, before you knew it, the day was approaching, and they had a total of 6 sophomore young women and 6 sophomore young men, for a total of 12, plus one of the faculty advisors from the fraternity decided last minute that he wanted to go. The fraternity members weren't that happy about it. Sorority members also not that happy. But Dr. Thompson, who was getting up there in years, he was in his mid-70s, he really wanted to go as well. When they asked him why, he said, "I've been doing some research, and I found out a couple of very fascinating tidbits about the history of Murder Lake. I've got to go see if I can find evidence of the thing about which I read there in the hills nearby." And so this was at the bus they were chartered to go. He just showed up there at the last minute. So everyone was kind of like, after hearing this, they're like, well, he's a harmless old man. And then Steve's like, but we only have like 3 cabins for all of us. And that's, they're like 2-room cabins. Where's he going to stay? And then Julie is like, he can stay with me. I think he's cute. And Tom, who had his eyes on her, is like, he cannot stay with you. Like that. And then they all got on the bus. Everybody got on the bus. And then they took the bus deep into the mountains, winding and winding up in the roads. Before long, the season had changed. It was like when they left the college, it was still late summer. They were getting ready for fall semester. By the time they got up into the hills, eerily, it seemed like autumn. All the leaves were changing color and falling onto the ground. And there was a cold, dark wind that blew. It chilled them to the bone, even as they sat in their bus. And it turned out the reason was several of the people in the front of the bus had their windows open. And it was letting in a lot of cold air. Anyway, after they figured that out and got that straightened out, then they had to pull over because Mindy was getting bus sick and she got out and hurled. And everyone was like, ew, that's gross. And then a couple other people had contagious hurling and they had to get out and hurl too. Anyway, finally the bus is done and they pull up to this, what at one point had been some kind of religious retreat for some kind of hardcore Christian group or something, but now just had a succession of dorm-style buildings and a communal kitchen area and the basic necessities for a group this size to have a pleasant time. With just a few cabins, though, that they had access to, they put 2 boys and 2 girls in each of the cabin, but Dr. Thompson, they put in the first cabin. And there was only 4 beds, but they weren't really planning on using the 4 beds because they were kind of imagining they might hook up, But then Dr. Thompson went in and immediately took up 2 beds, one to sleep on, one for his stuff. And then he started to go hang out in the other rooms. But before they knew it, all of the fraternity and sorority members were very frustrated because every time they tried to have a little fun, maybe drink some alcohol or whatever, Dr. Thompson would show up, and he was well known as as quite the teetotaler. He would enforce the school's no alcohol policy with ruthless efficiency. So before long, it was dark, and everybody kind of gathered outside and started a campfire, and then one couple, it was Jeremy and Shirley Jeremy and Shirley tried to kind of sneak off back to the cabin, and Dr. Thompson said, "Hold on there. I wouldn't if I were you." And they said, "What? Dr. Thompson, this is enough. We're here to have fun. You're spoiling everything with your, like, being everywhere under our feet and stuff." "I'm doing it for your own good," said Dr. Thompson. And they came back, "Well, what do you mean? You don't know the real history of Murder Lake." And at this point, the two came back, sat down, and even the crickets around the campfire seemed quiet. And Dr. Thompson said, "The year was 1938. The Nazis were on the move in Europe. And unbeknownst to anybody here, they had a secret base there at the far end of Murder Lake." And he pointed his bony finger. And in the moonlight, at the distance, they could see what looked like a bit of an old brick building or wall or something. Couldn't make it out very well from this distance, although the moon was bright that night. And he said, "Well, they were conducting terrible experiments down there. And a succession of young people disappeared from right around here, Murder Lake. And their bodies were never found. However—" "However what, Dr. Thompson?" said one of the ladies. "However, I've just discovered some research. I translated some documents from German, post-World War II documents. Turns out, according to the Nazis, those young people never died." And then everybody around the campfire said, "What? You mean, like, I don't get it." And Dr. Thompson said, "Neither do I. Not yet. But I'll find out. I just know that even after the Nazis left, there's over 100 missing people a year from this lake area, all of them between the age of 4. 100 a year," said Kevin. "That's gotta be fake." "No, I'm telling you. Last year it was well over that. It was pushing 200. 200 disappeared college-age students from this little lake right here?" "Yes." "Well, why haven't we heard about it?" "Well, that's the other part of the mystery." Just then they hear this loud crash in the forest. And one of the girls, Lily, she squeals, "Eee! What was that?" And Dr. Thompson says, "Wait, hush, listen." And all then fall quiet. And they hear this. It's clearly somebody walking. Sounds like they're getting closer and closer. But just as they're about to enter into where the firelight would illuminate them, these footsteps veer just outside the illuminated circle and gradually get quieter as they walk away. And Kevin's like, "All right, that's it, bro. We need to go out there and find out what the hell this is, and we need to take care of it, because you're freaking me out, Dr. Thompson. I mean, it's like, they're not going to get us, are they? Nobody knows who it is or what's going on. But I'll tell you who's in on it. The police. They're purposefully not finding the culprits. Otherwise, how could you explain it? All these missing people. And what's the explanation every time? Accidental drowning. Or maybe fell on a sharp stick. Accidentally dropped a rock on his head. None of these make any sense." And this, everybody quieted down. Except Julie, she got up to get some more marshmallows. She had a perfect stick. She was melting, and she wasn't even eating them, really. She was just she was so fixed on the story that she kept burning each marshmallow she put on the stick. After she returned, she said, go on, Dr. Thompson. And Kevin said, we can't go on now. We got to go find who that was walking around here. And Barry agrees. I agree with Kevin. I think we just need to man up and put an end to this stuff. But it's dark right now. You might fall down and land on a sharp stick or accidentally drop a rock on your head. And he's like, you got a good point. All right, everybody, listen up. We're all going to go to sleep in our cabins. But in every one of the 3 cabins, somebody has to stay awake, all right? We need somebody on guard duty the whole night long. So they all retire to their cabins. Kevin is in charge of cabin number 1. That's also got Dr. Thompson in there. And you got Barry and Julie in charge of cabin number 2. And then you got Lily and Steve. They're in charge of cabin number 3. And they all go to sleep. And Barry's like, I'll take the first watch in my cabin. And Kevin's like, I'll take the first watch in my cabin. And Steve's like, Lily, why don't you take the first watch? So they're all on watch when, hours into the night, everyone's quietly asleep. The fire's burnt down to just a little bit outside their cabins. And all of a sudden the crickets stop. The next thing that Lily hears is a crashing and a thrashing about in the cabin next to hers. She's petrified, too scared to open the door and find out what's going on. Finally, she hears, what? And it's then that her cabin mates wake up. What's going on, Lily? Says Steve. She said, I don't know. I something's wrong. And so they get a flashlight and they go open the door and they go outside, and we're lying there in the sand next to the fire is the body of poor Barry. He has what appear to be multiple stab wounds. He's bleeding out from his chest, but he's already dead. That's how quickly he died. And they're like, oh, what happened? And, Julie comes out and says, Barry, oh my God, you were so young. and then the other cabin comes out and says, what the hell's going on? What's all this ruckus about? Then they see Barry and they're like, oh my God, it's Barry. Is he okay? No, he's not okay. He's dead. That's as far from okay as you can get. Well, have you even tried, breathing into his mouth? No, it's not going to help. Well, why not? Because of all the stab wounds in his chest. Well, you don't even want to try? Look, okay, I'll try. Well, don't try on my account. Look, the point is he's dead. You can tell it for yourself. Just look at him. He's not breathing. He's not moving. He's lying in a huge pool of blood. All right, I agree. He's dead. So now what do we do? Well, we obviously got to get out of here because he didn't just stab himself in the chest like 10 times. It could have been an accident. How do you accidentally stab yourself in the chest 10 times? Maybe he accidentally was holding the knife and he fell down and plunged it into his chest, and he hops back up, but then he trips again and it plunged right back into his chest. Repeat, multiple times because he started slipping in the blood.
Oh.
Well, I guess that's possible. But what about the footsteps from earlier? Could have been Sasquatch. Well, I guess that's possible. Okay, fine. Let's just all go back into our cabins and try to get a good night's sleep. So they leave Barry outside his body. They just say, look, we'll deal with him in the morning. Just for right now, just put some sticks on top of him so the wild animals don't get him. So they find some sticks and kind of half-assedly put sticks on top of him. And then they all go back into their cabins. And, Julie's like, well, good night, guys. I know Barry's dead, but we still have each other. And then Steven is like, all right, guys, I'm going to go back on watch here. And you can be assured if anybody tries to come stab me, I mean, maybe it was an accident, but if that happens, then I'm not going to get stabbed. They are, because I'm pretty tough. I took karate for like 3 years when I was from like 9 to 12. And I watched a lot of karate movies, so I should be good about this. And the other people, including Sarah and Julian, they're like, all right, well, we're going to go to sleep then. Anyway, Lily resumes watching tent number 3, and a couple hours later in the night, now it's like 4 in the morning, only a couple hours till it gets light. Help, help, help. You hear this squealing, helping sound, cry. And people burst out of their cabins. They go over to Lily's cabin, and Lily's holding a knife that's drenched in blood, but it's not her that's hurt. Instead, it's poor Fabian, who we've not met before, but he's in the cabin. And he is gasping his last breaths as his jugular's been cut, and he's just splattering blood all over the cabin and all over all the accumulated people who just gathered at the door. And everyone's like, that's blood all over me. And, Steven immediately says, Lily, did you kill him? He said, no, I just picked up the knife because I didn't know what to do. Why would I kill him? And they said, well, I mean, somebody killed him. And then, Sarah says, well, maybe it was an accident again. I mean, just think of it. Maybe he got up because he heard a noise, but maybe it was somebody going to the bathroom and he went to stab whoever it was, but then the door opened in on him and pushed the knife into his chest, and maybe that's what happened. But it went into his jugular. Well, after it stabbed him in the chest, maybe he pulled it out, and then whoever was on the inside of the door pushed it in again, saying, why is it stuck? And it poked him right in the jugular. And everyone said, well, that is plausible. Why don't we just go back to sleep and deal with it in the morning? So, so they put that body next to the other body, and they put some more sticks on it now. So then they go back to bed. They're asleep about 10 minutes at most, when all of a sudden there's a sound of grunting and kicking and whatever, and everybody rushes out of their cabin, and it turns out that there on the ground outside of his cabin is Stephen, and he's been beaten to death. There's no visible wounds or anything, but apparently it looks as though somebody's beat him with a club, maybe for an hour or something, but it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes since the last thing happened. And so Lily said, all right, you guys, this is getting really scary. He is dead, just like the other ones. Everyone's like, I know. And look, I mean, he was pretty clearly murdered, right? And Lily says, yeah, I mean, it looks like it. It looks like somebody took a club and beat him to death. However, she adds, I can conceive of a scenario maybe where this was an accident. And who's left is a Fabian. Fabian says, an accident? How could you accidentally get beaten to death with a club? And she said, well, just hear me out. It's possible that if he got picked up by a strong updraft and lifted into the air and he fell from the sky, that his body would look just like this. Well, I don't remember any strong updrafts. Well, maybe it didn't hit you, you know. I don't remember it either, but I was in the cabin, you were in the cabin. Maybe he stepped out to go to the bathroom. But he didn't step out to go to the bathroom. I said, good night. I close my eyes. I hear a grunt. I wake up the next moment. He's staggering outside, having been beaten to death. You don't know he was beaten to death. None of us know that. Well, he's dead, isn't he? Yeah. And he's covered in dents, isn't he? Yeah. All right, well, I think we can conclude he was murdered. All right, well, maybe he was murdered, but we're not going to figure it out now. Let's just go back to sleep and deal with it in the morning. Long story short, Dr. Thompson is the only one who lives. And it's only because he, before the next night, he was the only one left, so he just figured, I gotta go at this point. He never did solve the mystery. So, the end. The moral of the story is, leave after the first person is murdered.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to wrap it up now. Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoyed the story about the sorority and the fraternity at Murder Lake. Good night. God bless and good luck.